these tariffs are covered under CUSMA, or a lot of these goods are covered under CUSMA?
Well, that's exactly right. Actually, the rest of the world gains more from this than Canada because over 90% of our trade is covered under CUSMA and it's tariff-free. But nevertheless, this is another stone on the scale. Last week, in a very, very significant decision, Congress voted against tariffs on Canada, where 6 Republicans joined the Democrats. And that's important because it makes the Democrats now resolute on the record as being opposed to tariffs. And that could become very important as we get towards the midterm elections. Now, there are other mechanisms available to the president to impose tariffs, all the way from Section 122 to 301, 338, Section 232, which is what he's using against Canada at present. But I think it's going to give a lot of encouragement to those people who are opposed to these tariffs. Together with the evidence. Now, the New York Fed recently did a position paper showing 90% of the tariffs are being paid by the American people. Same thing as the Kiel Institute, same thing as the Yale Economics Lab. So I think all of this represents further and further evidence in support of those who oppose these tariffs.
This is one of the pillars of Donald Trump's economic policy. So what might the backup plan be to retain some form of tariffs?
Well, it won't go away. These tariffs are really counted in the big tax break, which effectively moves tax relief to higher income earners, rich people, on the backs of those people who are paying this consumption tax. Tariffs are a consumption tax. And through the back door, Trump has introduced a consumption tax in the United States of America. He needs that money, but he also, in terms of his own credibility, he's been a tariff guy his whole life. And one of his principal advisors, Peter Navarro, has dedicated his entire life to imposing tariffs on people who trade with the United States of America. So it's not going to go away. But certainly, this is good pushback. It's encouraging.
All right, Mr. McKenna, thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate this.
Thank you.
That is Frank McKenna, former Canadian ambassador to the U.S. A live look now at Milan, Italy, where the Winter Games are now in their final days. The latest next. We are tracking breaking news out of Washington, where the U.S. Supreme Court has rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping global tariffs. We are following reaction on this topic. For now, let's take a quick look at the markets. Both the TSX here in Canada and the Dow south of the border are trending upwards. All right, here is a live shot at Milan, Italy, where the Olympic Games are now in their final days. It was a heartbreaking day yesterday for Team Canada, who came so close to clinching the gold medal in women's hockey. For more on this, let's bring in CTV's Scott Hurst live in the national newsroom for us. And Scott, let's start with hockey. The men's team will be taking on Finland after the women's disappointing loss yesterday. What can you tell us there?
Unfortunate that the women could not finish off that game. It was so close for them. 2 minutes away really from getting the gold. They'll have to settle for silver, and now the attention has already turned to the men's hockey tournament. This is the semifinal matchup, Canada versus Finland. The game is underway. It is in the first intermission, and right now Canada is down 1-0 to the Finnish squad. Mikko Rantanen, a forward for the Dallas Stars, scoring for Finland to make it 1-0. He scored on a power play, his second goal of the tournament. So right now, early in this game, in the first intermission, Canada is trailing Finland in this semifinal matchup. Of course, the winner will punch their ticket to the gold medal game, which takes place on Sunday. Against the other semifinal matchup, that is between the USA and Slovakia. That game takes place later today. You saw the curling scoreboard right there. Canada was in the semifinals earlier today against Team Sweden. Unfortunately, Team Sweden came out on top in that semifinal matchup, which means Canada, the rink of Rachel Homan, will play in tomorrow's bronze medal match, and Sweden will go on and play in the gold medal match on Sunday. So unfortunately, we will not be playing for gold in women's curling, but the rink of Rachel Homan will get a shot at bronze tomorrow, Renee.
Okay. Now, what will you be watching for today, Scott?
There are a few other chances where Canadian athletes could get on the podium in men's ski halfpipe. We have 3 athletes who will take part in the final, which gets underway later this afternoon. Right now, we're also watching the women's 1,500 long track speed skating, where we have 3 athletes taking part. And so there is a chance that we could climb the podium again in women's long track speed skating. And then later this afternoon, both the men's and women's will compete in short track. The men will take part in the 5,000-meter relay. They've already booked a spot in the A final, and so there's big expectations there for potentially another medal. And also on the women's side, the women's 1,500-meter, Dana Ible, Kim Boutin, and the breakout star of the games, Courtney Sereau, will go for another chance at a medal in these games. And so she really has been a star for Canada and probably the leading contender to be our closing ceremony flag bearer, because she's already won 4 medals at this point, Renee.
Oh, goodness. She is just amazing. That is CTV's Scott Hurst reporting for us. Thanks for this, Scott.
Thanks, Renee.
Well, from the Canadian women's hockey team to the Italian women's hockey team, which set out to shock the hockey world at these Olympic Games. And by qualifying for the playoffs and winning games for the first time in history, they achieved that goal. The team prepared in Montreal and was powered by many Canadian connections. CTV's Garrett Berry explains.
Montreal-born Kayla Tutino was named assistant captain of Team Italy at these Olympic Games. She scored the very first goal for the country, helping them power through to a win over France and then another win over Japan that qualified them for the playoffs. She is one of several Canadian Italian players that committed to playing in Italy and representing this country at the Olympic Games.
I'm proud to be Canadian, and I'm also proud of my heritage. My grandparents are all Italian, my parents are Italian, and my mom was born here in Italy, so our ties to Italy are very strong. We still have family here that we keep in touch, and we've come to Italy regularly every year. It's been a big part of my upbringing, so for me to give back in this way and represent my grandparents and my parents, it's really special.
The two ice surfaces that have seen Olympic action will be taken down, packed away over the next couple of weeks here in Milan. So the challenge for ice hockey executives and fans and players is how to make the energy that's been created here and turn it into something lasting. Giorgino says that's a big job, but it started with the impressive performance by Team Italy at these games and will continue with the Tier 2 World Championships being held in April. Garrett Berry, CTV News, Milan.
There will tariffs now actually come off the table.
After the break, what today's Supreme Court ruling on Trump's tariffs could mean for Canada.
Now I'm in my
We continue to follow breaking news from Washington. The U.S. Supreme Court has rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping global tariffs. In a 6-3 decision, the court today upheld a lower court ruling that the president's use of a 1977 law meant for use in national emergencies exceeded his authority. The court reached its decision in a legal challenge from businesses affected by the tariffs, as well as 12 U.S. states. And CTV's Jeremy Sharon joins us now with the details. Jeremy, what can you tell us?
Well, Renee, this is significant. Look, a decision by the U.S. Supreme Court to go against U.S. President Donald Trump and ruling that the implementation of his tariffs, IEEPA tariffs specifically, were not lawful. And so that means that the tariffs, the fentanyl-related tariffs imposed on Canada, were not imposed lawfully, and neither were the reciprocal tariffs that were imposed on the rest of the world. And so this is a significant pushback at the legal level, the judicial level, pushing back against U.S. President Donald Trump. And this means that he and his administration face pressure here to change course. Now, his trade representative, Jameson Greer, has been clear that any lost revenues that the U.S. Treasury will see as a result of this decision by the Supreme Court, that they would be able to recuperate through different legal means and imposing other tariffs using different legal means. So, so far, the U.S. administration has been pretty keen on pushing forward with its tariffs, regardless of this decision by the U.S. Supreme Court. But nonetheless, it means that these rounds of tariffs that were imposed were done so unlawfully, and now will trigger the process to try and recuperate some of those revenues. So any firms, any companies that have paid these tariffs will be able to go through a legal process to try and recuperate some of those lost revenues that the U.S. Treasury will have to pay back. They were the ones to collect, of course, all of these revenues as a result of these tariffs. Now, that will be a long and complicated process. The U.S. International Trade Court will have the responsibility of dealing with the legal battles and the legalities of issuing, refunds. And then the Canadian Border and Patrol Border Protections Agency will have to process all of those refunds, because of course that is where those funds are collected. So there's a massive undertaking now to try and go through the process of getting this money back for the companies that have lost this money. It's estimated as of about mid-December, upwards of $150 billion U.S. had been collected through these tariffs by the U.S. Treasury. So there's a lot of money that companies are going to be looking to recuperate here, and it's going to be a long process. But I think the bigger hit here for the U.S. administration is that this is, growing opposition to the U.S. president's use of some of these tariffs, and the means that he has used to justify those tariffs that we've now seen the U.S. Supreme Court deem, unlawful.
And what it's all going to mean for Canada, that, I suppose, remains to be seen. Jeremy, thank you very much for this.
Yeah, of course. Anytime, Renee.
And with us now is Peter MacKay, former Foreign Affairs Minister of Canada. Sir, thank you very much for being here. First off, your reaction to this?
Well, this is a major blow to the president, and it's a timely one in the sense that there has been growing resistance, even in his own party, with respect to the overuse of tariffs for punitive measures for political reasons. And so the court, in taking this decision, did its job. It followed the law, it followed the Constitution. It didn't divide on partisan lines. And the president has reacted as we expected he would. They're going to try perhaps other measures. But coupled with the votes that we saw in Congress just last week, and some of the discussion that is already emerging within the Republican Party, the cracks are starting to form. And I think as Canada prepares to enter into these negotiations around the renewal of CUSMA and our free trade agreement, this is a positive development.
I've just been refreshing X to see if the Prime Minister has responded, and as of now, no. Do you see a statement coming from him? How do you think he'll react?
Well, thus far, Renee, that's a good question. I think it's really been Dominic LeBlanc, and we may see something coming out of his trade representative, but it's probably prudent that the Prime Minister not respond at this point. I think it's a court decision. There are potentially other shoes to drop in terms of what the president may or may not do. And so to that extent, the courts themselves have said that this is not a political or a policy decision. It's a legal one, as it should be. And so, following the Constitution, ruling that IEPA, this International Emergency Economic Powers Act, was not properly applied, is, I say again, for emphasis, a very big blow to the stick that the president was using to hammer countries like Canada, threatening other countries, the European countries, you'll recall, during the blow-up over Greenland, using this as a cudgel to leverage other countries into the position that the president thought was most beneficial to the United States.
Do you think we can expect changes in the tariffs Canada has imposed on the U.S.?
That has some potential. But again, that is all part of the calculus, Renee, that goes into these renegotiations happening in June. It is important to note that the sectoral tariffs, so steel, aluminum, auto, those are not affected, unfortunately, by this decision. And so those punitive tariffs remain in place, which drastically impact those sectors and more broadly the Canadian economy. And so that unfortunately was not touched by today's decision, but nevertheless, it is positive and reduces some of the president's leverage as we enter into these negotiations in a few months.
What do you see happening next?
Well, I see it's almost impossible, of course, to predict this president and his reaction, but I think he will bluster and look for other ways. We're already seeing some indication coming from his trade representative that they will find other ways to try to circumvent this decision or to go around it, to find new ways to use tariffs. You'll recall President Trump has famously said his favorite word is tariff. And so I don't think they're going to simply walk away. I think we can expect within the days or weeks some other means to reignite this engine of tariffs that he's using. Important implications for their economy. Some estimates go as high as $170 billion that have been collected by virtue of what now have been deemed as illegal tariffs. And so no word on how that will be redistributed or put back in the hands of those who paid that price.
And I think you might be right, because Trump did tell reporters just recently that if the Supreme Court rules against the use of that law to impose these tariffs, that Trump will just find another way, although it could be, as he says, less convenient. Mr. McKay, thank you very much for being here with us. Appreciate your time today.
My pleasure, Renee.
That is Peter MacKay, former Foreign Affairs Minister. Well, turning to some other news, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith's government is putting 9 questions to a province-wide referendum in October, including whether to restrict social services from some immigrants. And for more on this, we're joined by CTV's Kamal Karamali. Kamal, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, so this referendum is slated for October 19th, and Alberta Premier Danielle Smith highlighting what will be on that referendum, the questions that will be asked, 9 of them in a 13-minute televised address to the province. So the 9 questions that will be asked, 5 of them are focused on immigration and access to provincially funded programs and services, including whether Alberta should take more control over immigration levels, restrict eligibility for some social programs, and potentially charge fees to certain non-permanent residents accessing healthcare and education. So one of the questions asks Albertans if non-permanent residents should be charged a quote, reasonable fee to access health and education systems. Another one asks for approval to cut off newcomers from social services if they don't fall under Alberta-approved immigration status. The question, though, doesn't really define what that status means. And other questions delve into the Constitution, asking whether Alberta should open negotiations with the rest of Canada to abolish the Senate and to give provinces the power to appoint Superior Court judges. Have a little bit of a listen to what Danielle Smith had to say in that 13-minute televised address.
October 19th, 2026, we will hold a provincial referendum primarily focused on how Albertans want our government to deal with the issue of immigration, as well as steps we can take as a province to strengthen our constitutional and fiscal position within a united Canada. These were, far and away, the issues most strongly identified by Albertans during last year's Alberta Next panel, town halls, and online submissions. And in my view, it is time to act on them. The fact is, Alberta taxpayers can no longer be asked to continue to subsidize the entire country through equalization and federal transfers, permit the federal government to flood our borders with new arrivals, and then give free access to our most generous in the country social programs to anyone who moves here.
Okay, so that was just a snippet of the 13-minute address to Albertans. Smith also linked projected budget deficits to falling oil prices and what she called, quote, out of control immigration. And what we've also heard from her is that Alberta's population has grown by nearly 600,000 people in 5 years, which is adding, she says, to the strains on hospitals and other public services like schools as well. We are expected to hear from Danielle Smith on an announcement at 11:30 Mountain Time. That's 1:30 Eastern Time as well. We've also heard from Deputy Leader Raki Pancholi, who accused the government of using immigration as a political distraction ahead of what is expected to be a multi-billion-dollar deficit, Renee. So just a little bit of the back and forth that we are expecting to hear more from Smith once again in a couple of hours' time, and we'll bring you the latest as that comes in.
We've been hearing a lot about referendums and Alberta recently. I know there's a push in Alberta for a referendum on separation, but Kamal, this is something totally separate from that. Am I correct?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so far the talk of referendums has been related to separatism. We know that you know there has been a growing calls and petitions that have been signed related to holding a referendum. That threshold has not been met, but we know that some of the leaders, or at least a leader from one of those organizations that is pushing for a referendum to have Alberta separated from the rest of Canada, did, according to them, meet one of Trump's team members as well. So that had been growing in momentum, and this is a referendum that is separate from that. Once again, what Danielle Smith says is to sort of relieve some of the strains that are pushing down on Alberta's public services. So this is not related to that, but a different one once again on October 19th, according to Smith.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for clarifying that for me, Kamal. That is CTV's Kamal Karamali reporting for us. Thanks for this.
You bet, Renee.
A live look at Milan, Italy, where the Olympic Games are now in their final days. Canada's men's Captain Sidney Crosby has officially been ruled out for today's semifinal against Finland. The game is now underway, now into the second period, with Canada down 2-0. A little more than halfway to go. And Canada's women's Olympic hockey team fell in overtime to the U.S. in the gold medal game yesterday. Despite the result, many players from the team say they're proud of their effort and to represent their country at the Olympics.
I think that we played a pretty incredible hockey game, definitely deserving of a win, but that's how sports go sometimes. And I think as having some time to reflect on it, I just think that our group showed so much heart and so much passion.
It's not the result we wanted, of course, but I don't think we could have asked for a better effort from our group. I think, you know, the character we displayed last night was exceptional, and I think it says a lot about our group in general.
We came ready. It was our best game of a tournament in the gold medal game. We played hard, we played fast, we played in their face. They're a talented team, and obviously we didn't give them much space yesterday. Obviously in overtime, 3-on-3 can go either way. We had some chances we were able to bury, but I'm truly proud of this group, the way we showed up.
Now, Canada came into the game as a heavy underdog after losing 7 straight against the U.S., including a 5-0 loss in the preliminary round. This was the 7th time the two nations clashed for Olympic gold, with Canada having won 5 of those matches. A live look at the United States Supreme Court now, which has ruled against many of Donald Trump's tariffs imposed on Canada. The latest next. A live look at the United States Supreme Court, which has struck down some of Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs. In a ruling released this morning, the court says the law Donald Trump used, which is the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, also known as IEEPA, cannot be applied to tariffs. We're going to bring in Matthew Holmes now, Executive Vice President and Chief of Public Policy at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, sir, for being here. What do you make of this decision and what it means for Canadian businesses?
Well, it's a big day, but I think, Renee, under that will be ongoing uncertainty. What does this mean? What will the administration do next in the United States? And it's pretty clear from the signals so far that they have a number of other mechanisms and the intent to continue on this tariff journey they're on. So I don't think this is the end of the never-ending tariff story here for us, unfortunately. The good news for Canada, though, is that most of our trade continues into the United States tariff-free. It always has under the Canada-US-Mexico agreement, and that continues in place. And so we see about 85% or so of our trade continuing unfettered into the US market. The 232 tariffs, though, the ones that we've all been hearing about that affect sectors like steel and aluminum, lumber and wood products, auto parts, those continue. So these fentanyl tariffs don't apply to this ruling, does not apply to those tariffs. The ones that are really putting pain and pressure on the Canadian economy, those ones continue. And as your colleague just said, the administration has a number of other mechanisms they can use to put other pressure points in.
So perhaps this isn't the big sigh of relief that many are hoping for. Were many businesses pretty much expecting this decision from the Supreme Court?
No, I don't think so. I mean, there was a lot of people trying to read the tea leaves here, understand what way might the Supreme Court ruling go. The thing that's really, I think, material to the ruling is that IEEPA itself, the legislation under which this tariff was put in place, doesn't make any reference to tariffs. And in over 50 years, it's never been used to put in place a tariff. And so as I understand it, the legal ruling really centered in on that point. That means that there are a number of other mechanisms, and what they affirm is that the congressional authorities are the prevailing ones here. And so that means the legislative branch of the US government is the one to help make this happen. So that means that Trump, the executive, the administration, could go back to Congress and say, we want to put in place these far-reaching tariffs against countries all around the world. We need your buy-in to do so. However, as we saw from the Senate just recently, it doesn't seem like he has a willing dance partner right now, and he's facing congressional midterm elections. So the chance of that being overturned by Congress is probably diminishing. But the administration can use another part of the Trade Act called Section 122, for example, and put in place a 15% tariff that lasts 150 days without any congressional authorities. And so there's a whole range of different options that they can use. I think for businesses in Canada, what this means is, you need to be compliant with the Canada-US-Mexico agreement, CUSMA. If you're trading with the United States or Mexico. We also need to really talk seriously about our diversification, because we see from this administration a commitment to the tariff policies. And what form those take, that changes by the day, but we know the ultimate direction they're headed in. And so we need to be able to say, we'll trade with the US, of course. They're our number one trading partner. That will never change. They're a very, very important market for us. But we need to reduce our risk a bit and go to other countries and other partners where there's more potential as well.
What kind of negotiating position do you think this puts Canada in for CUSMA? Are you hopeful that it could possibly give us some leverage?
I don't think it directly leads to leverage. What we'll see, though, is perhaps the administration's focus will be on those other deals that it struck. Those deals are now in question. The UK deal, the Europe deal, the Japan deal, all of these deals that we saw over the last number of months, those were made in response to the IEEPA tariffs put in place by the administration. And those are now under question. Will those other countries, change their approach now? Those deals don't look as competitive as they once did. Or will they wait and see what the administration does? For Canada, this summer is the review phase and the renewal phase, we hope, of the CUSMA agreement. That's with Mexico and the United States. And so that's already set in motion. That already starts in July, end of June. And so we already have our negotiation team in place. There's talks with the Mexicans, hopefully more talks with the Americans to come. And that really is the focus now. That's our trade agreement. It is the best agreement in the world. It's actually one that Trump himself helped broker and negotiate under his first presidency. And it's been a great one for North America. So the business communities in all three countries have really been unequivocal in saying this is a great deal. It works for all of our businesses. It helps with a real integrated continental economy, and we should really see the value there and continue to affirm that. So that's where the priority message is in terms of trade deals for Canada and the U.S. right now.
All right. We'll leave it there. Matthew, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Renee.
That is Matthew Holmes, Executive Vice President and Chief of Public Policy at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. A live look at the United States Supreme Court, which has ruled against.
Monday on Your Morning, getting in touch with your inner child to help you beat the winter.
This could actually neuter the president, not to mention many of the threats that we have seen from Donald Trump, particularly as it relates to Canada.
The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled against President Donald Trump's sweeping emergency tariffs, saying Trump exceeded his authority when he imposed his global tariffs last April.
Although there are some politicians and commentators that fear direct democracy, such as referendums, I do not.
Alberta's premier talks immigration as her province looks to hold a referendum on the matter.
No shame in silver. No shame in silver.
And after a heartbreaking loss to the Americans in women's hockey, the Canadian men are trying to punch their ticket to the gold medal game as they face Finland in the semifinals today. Good afternoon. You're watching CTV News Channel. I'm Matt Scooby. Thanks for being with us on this Friday. We begin with our breaking news from south of the border in Washington, where the U.S. Supreme Court has rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's global sweeping tariffs. In a 6-3 decision, the justices upheld a lower court ruling that the president's use of a 1977 law meant for use in national emergencies exceeded his authority. The majority found that the U.S. Constitution, quote, very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, which includes tariffs. Now, Trump has warned repeatedly that if the court ruled against his tariff agenda, it would lead to catastrophic consequences for national security, foreign policy, and the economy. Now, we have heard already from the Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade, Dominic LeBlanc, writing on social media about the Supreme Court's decision today that it, quote, reinforces Canada's position that the tariffs imposed by Donald Trump are unjustified. LeBlanc added that as Canada goes into a joint review of CUSMA, they are working to create growth on both sides of the border and strengthen their collaboration with reliable trading partners and allies from around the world. Want to bring in Lachlan Wolfers, national leader for KPMG Law, into this conversation. Lachlan, listen, thanks for being here. We're learning more about this, but give me your first reaction to hearing that Donald Trump's tariffs were voted, and at least, again, from the Supreme Court today, said that they're illegal, I guess is the best way of putting it right now.
That's exactly right, Matt, and great to be with you. My immediate reaction is, if the 2nd of April 2025 was marked by the imposition of Liberation Day tariffs, then today marks Judgment Day. And Judgment Day in which President Trump's use of the IEEPA tariffs, that's the emergency power tariffs, have been ruled to be unlawful by the US Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision, in which the court has effectively said that the power to regulate importation does not extend to the power to impose tariffs, and in fact, that power rests with the United States Congress.
And so, and again, I just want to be clear, too, for our viewers and what this means, because there's a couple of different sets of tariffs, right? Everything that was under CUSMA and all of that again, remained, was not affected by tariffs. They couldn't be at least slapped onto them. But there's the IEEPA tariffs, and then there's the Section 232. So can you just explain for viewers the difference between that? Because I'm sure for the average Canadian, it can be very jumbled.
So look, as a starting point, trade should be boring. It should be something that's frictionless, that is not front page news, because what businesses want is certainty around this. And I think what we're going to see arising from today's decision is a period of uncertainty again. So let me unscramble that for your viewers. So very simply, the IEEPA tariffs, they're the ones that are found to be illegal. They were the imposition of tariffs on Canada in response to the perceived fentanyl crisis. They were also imposed on countries like Mexico and China as well, amongst others. The separate tariffs since that time that the US administration has been focused on is the sectoral tariffs. They're the tariffs on auto, steel, aluminum, and lumber products in particular. They are unaffected by this decision. So in essence, those tariffs are likely to continue. The big question that we've got in light of this decision is, will the US administration now seek to reimpose some of those tariffs that have been ruled illegal today under different powers? So in essence, the Supreme Court noted that the use of the IEEPA power in this particular way had been untried and untested for nearly half a century. But there are other powers. So in particular, it would not surprise me in the days ahead whether the US seeks to impose tariffs under an alternative power that exists where they can impose tariffs of up to 15% for 150 days. That would be the immediate next step that I would anticipate out of the US administration. And then before the expiration of that 150 days, the US administration could seek to impose new forms of sectoral tariffs, or alternatively, they could rely on other tariff powers, trade powers that exist, like Section 301, which deals with unfair trade practices, which again does impose a requirement to get reports from the US Trade Representative and Commerce Department reports. So not as easy a pathway, but certainly there are alternative pathways ahead. But let's unpack, if we can, what this means for Canadian businesses today. So the first thing I'd say is that as of now, estimates are that the US has collected something like $142 billion of tariffs under this power that's been ruled illegal. Unraveling that and securing refunds is going to be messy, but that's certainly going to be a key issue that Canadian businesses are going to be focused on. The next question is what this means for the CUSMA negotiations that are coming up middle of this year. Mm-hmm. And this is the one that makes me a little bit nervous. So President Trump is very famous himself for saying, things like, when I've been, backed into a corner, when I've been hit, I hit back 10 times harder. And my fear a little bit here is that Kuzma could provide the impetus by which the US administration seeks to hit back. Recent comments suggest that he's trying to separate the negotiations between Canada and Mexico and have separate agreements. What this means for Canada, I think, is probably just as uncertain today as it was the day before.
Okay, so a lot to unpack there, Lachlan, which is it's a ton of great information. Let me just go back to those other avenues by which the administration might try to, again, impose other tariffs. A lot of those measures would now have to include Congress approval, would it not?
So some require congressional approval and some require reports from the US Trade Representative and the Commerce Department. So it slows them down. It doesn't necessarily prevent them. What we also saw last week is the US House of Representatives effectively voted against the imposition of tariffs on Canada, which suggests that getting congressional approval to reimpose tariffs on Canada could be difficult for the US administration. But there are alternative powers that can be used here without getting congressional approval.
Okay, that's good information. Let me talk to you and let me follow up on some of the businesses too for Canada. We really don't know yet, and it wasn't, at least to my knowledge, in the ruling from the Supreme Court in the U.S. about trying to recoup some of those losses from tariffs. So what's the avenue for Canadian businesses to possibly go that route, or does there have to be a separate ruling from another court in order to go down that path?
So firstly, it wouldn't surprise me, just like the continuation of the Terminator theme, we're probably going to see a sequel on this, right? You are going to see disputes around refunds, but you don't necessarily need to go through a court process. There is an established process by which businesses can get refunds. The question is the extent to which the US administration slowballs that process versus facilitates that process. I would expect there'll be a special committee set up around how that process will be administered and managed in the days and weeks ahead. Because let's face it, the prospect of this decision occurring has been on the cards now for several months. So you would imagine the US administration has put in place measures already to contemplate how this is going to be managed. But refunds are able to be secured by businesses. I think the real question that comes up here, Matt, is it's not just the question of a refund for the person who imported the product into the United States, but also how that flows through the supply chain to retailers and ultimately to end consumers. That led one of the US Supreme Court justices to describe this refund process that's about to occur as, quote, a mess. And I think that's probably an accurate description of the situation. It will be messy, but there are refunds available. I think the real question is how quickly the US administration will facilitate that process.
Right. And again, by all means, and from what we know at this point, it doesn't feel like it's going to be expedited, at least at this point. So lots of great information. Really appreciate your time today. Lachlan Wolfers, National Leader with KPMG Law. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
So again, we continue to track this breaking news out of Washington, where the Supreme Court has rejected Donald Trump's sweeping global tariffs. There is reaction on the markets, too, at least at this point. So the TSX in Toronto up more than 100 points so far today. The Dow trading just slightly below, again, just 25 points down at this point. Minimal change, at least for right now. But let's bring in, again, and what more it means. BNN Bloomberg's Andrew Bell is standing by for us. Andrew, certainly interesting. How to look at gold. The gold price isn't off too far, at least at this point. But take us through some of the other effects that you're seeing after the ruling so far.
Yeah, I mean, the broad U.S. market is up a bit, the S&P 500, and as you mentioned, the TSX is up. Fairly muted because there was widespread speculation the Supreme Court would go down this road. Now, the Wall Street Journal says this is a stinging rebuke to Trump's policies. And it's the first time the U.S. Supreme Court has pushed back against one of his major policy initiatives. But in a 6-3 decision, 3 conservatives actually went along with the decision to assert Congress's supremacy in this area. So as your previous guest mentioned, these particular tariffs that were imposed on the supposed emergency basis have been struck down, as have the ones that were imposed for allegedly Canada and Mexico allegedly letting fentanyl flood into the United States. But the administration has made it clear that they're determined to stick to this policy, and they have at least 5 other areas or justifications where they could put on more tariffs, although in many cases they're more limited. There might be a time scale, or there might need to be a proper investigation, or there might need to be congressional approval. So this battle isn't over. And the big question is as well, will companies actually get back this more than 130 billion US that they've paid in tariffs? Because the Supreme Court made no clear ruling on that.
Yeah, which is interesting too, and it's going to clearly be part of this conversation too, Andy. You know, otherwise, and too, when it comes to the markets, I think in particular too, haven't seen a big shift yet. No. But you know, and are we expecting this process is probably going to be slower to play out? But are we expecting any other impact? Maybe, you know, because today's Friday, so maybe into next week.
Yeah, that's right. Friday often can be quiet. People are heading off to their colleges. It's uncertain. Again, the Wall Street Journal says this creates fresh chaos for the global trading system. Initially, we saw a bounce in Nike shares, Lululemon shares, because those apparel companies bring in the vast amount of their products into the United States, a lot from Asia. But then that rally faded out. And we did see the US dollar dropping because presumably this would tend, if the administration is unable to slap on fresh tariffs, this will tend to worsen the US trade deficit. But uncertainty reigns, as has been true really on trade since April of last year.
Yeah, very, very true. Just one more step in all of this. BNN Bloomberg's Andrew Bell for us today. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks a million.
Okay, a live look at the Supreme Court this hour. We're going to continue our coverage of today's ruling impacting, again, a number of Donald Trump's tariffs affecting Canada, China, Mexico in particular, as well as global tariffs. We're going to continue with that and more reaction after the break. Stay with us. Implications here in Canada.
Oh, this is seismic because the tariffs that the president has used specifically on issues surrounding fentanyl those tariffs now actually come off the table. Donald Trump cannot implement tariffs on Canadian goods as a result of this fentanyl. So those tariffs will actually be struck down. Now, tariffs surrounding aluminum, copper, and steel, those tariffs are actually allowed to stay in place. But nevertheless, this is a ruling that many thought would actually come down against the White House. It does
be ongoing uncertainty. What does this mean? What will the administration do next in the United States? And it's pretty clear from the signals so far that they have a number of other mechanisms and the intent to continue on this tariff journey they're on. So I don't think this is the end of the never-ending tariff story here for us, unfortunately. The good news for Canada, though, is that most of our trade continues into the United States tariff-free. It always has under the Canada-US-Mexico agreement.
In a 6-3 decision, the court today upheld a lower court ruling that the president's use of a 1977 law meant for use in national emergencies exceeded his authority. Now, the court reached its decision in a legal challenge from businesses affected by the tariffs as well as 12 U.S. states. In other news today, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith's government is putting 9 questions to a province-wide referendum in October, including whether to restrict social services from some immigrants.
I want you to know how confident I am in the judgment of Albertans on these and other delicate issues. Although there are some politicians and commentators that fear direct democracy, such as referendums, I do not. I trust the judgment of Albertans.
Another asks for approval of cut-off newcomers from social services if they don't fall under Alberta-approved immigration status. Now, the question doesn't define what that status means. One question also asks Albertans if non-permanent residents should be charged a, quote, reasonable fee to access health and education systems.
Those are looking for solutions to the problems that are top of mind for them: affordability, healthcare, education. And unless and until the government is effective in addressing those questions, these distractions of immigration, the federal government, and so forth, I think are going to be very problematic.
Other questions delve into the Constitution, asking whether Alberta should open negotiations with the rest of Canada to abolish the Senate and to give provinces the power to appoint Superior Court judges. Well, it's another big day at Milano Cortina 2026. Canada facing off against Finland in the semifinals of the men's hockey tournament. Let's have a look. Canada, the favorite heading into the game, but they are down 2-1 after 40 minutes, at least at this point. Canada gave up a power play goal in the first period and also a shorthanded goal into the second, but have come back and have cut that lead in half. It is again now 2-1 for the Finns after 40 minutes of play. The winner of the semifinal moves on to the gold medal game on Sunday. The loser will play for bronze, and the other semifinal will happen later today when the U.S. takes on Slovakia. I want to bring in CTV's Scott Hurst, who is live in our national newsroom for us. So, Scott, let's get to hockey in a second, but the more important Olympic news is that we've won another bronze medal today.
Of course, so much attention in the men's hockey game, but we are back on the podium. Valerie Malte in her 5th Olympic Winter Games with her 3rd medal at Milano Cortina. She moments ago won a bronze medal in the women's 1,500-meter race. Valerie Malte has been a part of every Olympic Winter Games since Vancouver 2010. The 35-year-old from Quebec has already won gold at these Olympic Games as part of the women's team pursuit alongside teammates Yvonne Blondin and Isabelle Weideman. Also a bronze in the 3,000 meters. She now has 5 Olympic medals throughout her illustrious career, and just a select few in the entire world to have won Olympic medals in both long track and short track speed skating. So moments ago, Valerie Malte in her 5th Olympic Winter Games, her 3rd medal of these games, Matt, a bronze in the women's 1,500-meter long track speed skating.
Incredible stuff for her. And again, speed skating continues both long and short track to rack up the medals for Canada, which is wonderful. You've been keeping a close eye on the game too, Scott. Again, making Canadians a little more nervous, at least at this point.
Another nail biter at this point, as you mentioned. It is 2-1 for Finland at the end of the second period as Mikko Rantanen got Finland on the board first. Finland added a second one to go up 2-0. But then Sam Reinhart came back with a late goal in the second period. As it stands right now, 2-1. Of course, we talked about earlier Canada without its captain, Sidney Crosby. So instead, in this game, Connor McDavid wearing the C. So Canada has 20 minutes left to get this thing even and then potentially push to punch its ticket to the gold medal game. You also mentioned earlier the other semifinal matchup that is underway later this afternoon is USA versus Slovakia. And if Canada can come back and tie it and potentially go ahead, the gold medal game will take place on Sunday, Matt.
Yes, early Sunday morning Eastern time. Okay, CTV Scott Hurst live for us this afternoon. Thanks for this, Scott.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, the Italian women's hockey team had lofty goals at home for the Winter Olympics, and by qualifying for the playoffs and winning games for the first time in history, they certainly did achieve those goals. The team prepared in Montreal and was powered by many Canadian connections. CTV's Garrett Berry explains.
Montreal-born Kayla Tutino was named assistant captain of Team Italy at these Olympic Games. She scored the very first goal for the country, helping them power through to a win over France and then another win over Japan that qualified them for the playoffs. She is one of several Canadian, Italian players that committed to playing in Italy and representing this country at the Olympic Games.
I'm proud to be Canadian, and I'm also proud of my heritage. My grandparents are all Italian, my parents are Italian, and my mom was born here in Italy. So our ties to Italy are very strong. We still have family here that we keep in touch, and we've come to Italy regularly every year. It's been a big part of my upbringing, so for me to give back in this way and represent my grandparents and my parents, it's really special.
The two ice surfaces that have seen Olympic action will be taken down, packed away over the next couple of weeks here in Milan. So the challenge for ice hockey executives and fans and players is how to make the energy that's been created here and turn it into something lasting. Tutino says that's a big job, but it started with the impressive performance by Team Italy at these games and will continue with the Tier 2 World Championships being held in April. Garrett Berry, CTV News, Milan.
We're going to take a live look at the White House press briefing room. We are expecting to hear Mountbatten, Windsor, one day after the former prince's historic arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office linked to his friendship with the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former prince was released from custody after 11 hours last night following his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. So police still searching Royal Lodge, his 30-room former home in the Parkland near Windsor Castle. The king's younger brother lived there for decades until he was evicted earlier this month and stripped of his titles and honors. The accusation at the heart of his arrest is that the former prince shared confidential trade information with Epstein when he was a trade envoy for the UK. Experts say the royal family is doing damage control, trying to distance themselves from the former royal.
We've got the royal family out on manoeuvres. They were out yesterday. The Queen had an engagement. Princess Anne had an engagement at a prison. I'm sure the irony is not lost on everybody about that, visiting a prison while her brother was under arrest. You saw King Charles III at Fashion Week yesterday. More senior royals will be out on engagements today. They are firmly sticking with the keep calm and carry on mantra. The King said as much in his statement yesterday, that they wanted to carry on doing the good work and doing their acts of service. And that's how they are getting on with things.
Again, the former prince was released from custody after 11 hours last night, but there are a number of other police services in the UK that might be conducting investigations. Another live look at the White House press briefing room right now. We are expecting to hear from Donald Trump in the next half hour or so when he does get up to that podium to talk about today's major ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court. We will take you there live. You're watching CTV News Channel. Stay with us.
Tony can't wait for a real camping trip, but for now,
Donald Trump's sweeping global tariffs. In a 6-3 decision, the justices upheld the lower court ruling that the president's use of a 1977 law meant for use in national emergencies exceeded his authority. And the majority found that the U.S. Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, which includes tariffs. Now, Trump has warned repeatedly that if the court ruled against his tariff agenda, it would lead to catastrophic consequences for national security, foreign policy, and the economy. Again, for those that are just joining us right now, we are waiting to hear from Donald Trump. That's expected in about 15 minutes from now when he steps up to that podium on your screen. We will certainly head to Washington to take that. But for now, let's welcome in CTV's Jeremy Sherrill, who joins us now live from Ottawa. Jeremy, these in particular are IEEPA tariffs, which is, again, partially the ones that Donald Trump used in particular for Canada and Mexico under the guise of an emergency when it comes to the fentanyl crisis and otherwise. So give us some of the reaction that we're hearing already, from both sides of the border about the U.S. Supreme Court's decision today.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. To your point, this is only a small section of tariffs when it comes to, how Canada is concerned here. Fentanyl-related tariffs, 35% tariffs on goods not covered by CUSMA, 10% tariffs on energy products. Canada avoided a broader, section of tariffs because of the free trade agreement that exists. This also applies to the reciprocal tariffs that U.S. President Donald Trump imposed on pretty much every country in the world. And the Supreme Court here ruling very clearly in a 6-3 decision in favor that the implementation of these tariffs was illegal. Now, what does that mean? That means that the U.S. Treasury that collected, as of last count, about $150 billion as a result of these tariffs, could have to pay back all or at least some of that money. The process to get that money back is going to be complicated. U.S. firms, businesses are going to have to fight to get that money in court through the U.S. International Trade Court. Then it'll be up to Border Services, U.S. Border Services, to administer and process those refunds because they were the ones that collected the money on behalf of the U.S. Treasury in the first place. So there is a long process here that is going to take place in trying to get that money back. And for a lot of small businesses, unfortunately, this means they may not get their money back. It may not be worth their investment in financial legal representation to try and get that money back. So, it creates this whole effect of businesses trying to get the money back. I think the bigger impact, Matt, is when you look at the potential this could have on the U.S. administration's direction moving forward. They have been clear that they'll find different means to impose similar tariffs to recoup that money and to effectively have the same effect. But they're facing, U.S. President Donald Trump is, and the U.S. administration is facing increasing pushback on its tariff policies. The U.S. House of Representatives recently passed a bill to repeal these same tariffs. The U.S. Supreme Court is now calling them unlawful in their imposition. This is a growing argument against U.S. President Donald Trump and the use of these tariffs. So, in terms of impact moving forward and reaction, on the Canadian side, we've heard from the minister in charge of Canada-U.S. trade, who, talked about the importance of this decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, but acknowledged the fact that Canada is still focused on fighting the tariffs that are imposed, the sectoral tariffs that are imposed and that are impacting other sectors here. There's the tweet from Minister in charge of Canada-U.S. Relations, Dominic LeBlanc. It says in part, while Canada has the best trade deal with the United States of any trading partner, we recognize that the critical work lies ahead to support Canadian businesses and workers who remain affected by Section 232 tariffs on steel, aluminum, and automotive sectors. Those are, Matt, the more impactful tariffs when it comes to, how Canada is concerned. There's reaction there from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who says in part the U.S. Supreme Court ruling striking down unjustified IEEPA tariffs is a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, tariffs on Canadian steel, aluminum, lumber, autos, and other products remain despite the ruling. So, consensus here as Canada is that in terms of tangible impact, Matt, there is not a huge impact. Even the money that is going to be refunded or potentially could be refunded to businesses is mostly going to be going to U.S. firms. They were the ones importing some of these Canadian products that were subject to tariffs. Therefore, they were paying the tariffs in the first place, right? Nonetheless, in the broader aspect here, when you take a look at this in a bigger picture, I think it helps Canada in CUSMA renegotiations. All of the pressure that U.S. President Donald Trump is facing when it comes to these policies will help Canada in some way, while this immediate decision maybe doesn't have as much of a tangible impact right off the bat.
Right, and I think that's the thing now too, because a lot of trade still that is going on between Canada and the U.S. You know, the strong majority of it is covered under CUSMA, under that free trade agreement right now. Guys, if we could just bring up that Pierre Poilievre tweet as well, that we did just see again, because there's another part of that too. You know, and Poilievre did say too, in a successful CUSMA review, that we expect lumber, aluminum, steel, and auto tariffs to be lifted. And I just want to be clear with viewers throughout our coverage over the course of the day today. You see at the bottom of your screen there that those are not what the tariffs that the U.S. Supreme Court just ruled on are IEEPA tariffs and not Section 232 tariffs, which are what are currently on lumber, aluminum, steel, and autos. So I just want to be very clear with viewers too over the course of that, at least for right now. And again, the CUSMA review is coming as we've expected that over the course here into the summer. We're going to hear from Donald Trump in about 10 minutes from now, at least for now, Jeremy. So it's interesting too as we talk about CUSMA though as well, that, you know, might be a good thing, might be a bad thing, but it feels like, again, we are back to a lot of uncertainty in how this is going to play out, whether it's, you know, you touched on the businesses, the refund part of this, but also the other avenues that are apparently available to the U.S. administration, you know, to put some more tariffs, to put these back in place. However, those might be longer processes.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's an uncertainty aspect here that businesses are yet again having to deal with. You know, you now go through, if you're a firm in the U.S. that is looking to get refunds, if you have had significant losses as a result of this, you have to invest in legal representation. You have to go through the courts to get this money back. That could be a headache. But now you're also faced with the fact that you could do all of that only to have to face different tariffs that the administration is threatening now and have to lose all that money again. So, you know, the uncertainty element, both for Canadian businesses, American businesses, is very, very real still. And to your point on negotiations, Matt, I think you look at CUSMA renegotiations, and I think, you know, there are multiple ways to look at this, depending on which expert you ask. This could help or hurt the Canadian side, to your point, you know. It's a way to go into negotiations and not necessarily have to be the bad guy on trying to fight these things. Rather, you know, you can try and position yourself to use this to your advantage. There are all kinds of scenarios, right, that negotiators are going to be working through. And the reality is, over the time that these negotiations will be taking place, Matt, these things could change again, right? You know, by then we could see the implementation of new tariffs. So it's a challenge in the sense that things are consistently changing, but the overall consensus, the overall sentiment towards Trump and the U.S. administration and the implementation of these tariffs is shifting a little bit, and we're seeing more and more public pushback, which I think in the long term is a good thing for Canadians and other trading partners that have faced, you know, these tariffs and have faced, you know, a decrease in exports to the U.S. as a result of a lot of these tariffs that have been implemented.
Yeah, I think you just look at what's happened in the House of Representatives too. You know, with the recent votes, in order to have at least, you know, some Republicans in the GOP, you know, siding with the Democrats, and they're going to have votes in particular for tariffs on Canada. And there were 3 conservative justices in that 6-3 decision that clearly have gone against Donald Trump and his administration. So CTV's Jeremy Sherrill live for us in Ottawa. Thanks, Jeremy, for this. We do have some more reaction too. I'm going to let Jeremy go, but let's bring up the Doug Ford tweet as well. So on X, the Premier of Ontario is also reacting to this news today. So I'll just read this off quickly. Today's U.S. Supreme Court decision, another important victory in the fight against President Trump's tariffs, but the battle isn't over yet. We need to watch how the White House reacts. We need to keep up the fight against tariffs on auto, steel, aluminum, and forestry, which remain in place and continue to hurt our workers. I won't stop fighting until every last tariff against Canada is dropped so we can grow our economies and create jobs on both sides of the border. So again, that's a reaction that continues to come in to the Supreme Court's decision to at least ruling for now that Donald Trump's IEEPA tariffs are unlawful. And again, that the president has overstepped his authority to put those into place. Those were the global tariffs too that he instituted last April. Let's have a look at the markets too, which has been kind of the interesting part of today and how much they are reacting. They're Reid is here. Scott, from a political perspective about this really is the biggest blow, it feels like, that we've seen to Donald Trump, especially coming from a Supreme Court that he was able to stack with conservative justices his last time in office.
I think that's right. This is, in the narrow and precise sense, as you and Jeremy were talking about, I mean, this may not be the biggest reward possible for Canadian industry and Canadian workers, but this is an incredibly important development, in my view, on the political stage, because it gives us more leverage. It gives us more opportunity in terms of our negotiations. Why? It isn't that Canada won, it's that Trump lost. And that means that his options are fewer, his position is weaker, his power is demonstrably in decline. His ability to just demand things and say, I rule with full authority, it is visibly shrinking in front of us. And so when it comes to those CUSMA negotiations, when it comes to negotiating the remaining tariffs that are on steel and industry and others, this is going to give us opportunities. And in particular, not just because these tariffs have been declared unlawful, but because Trump has been pushed back. And with those midterms coming up, the number of Americans that are blaming him for a weakening economy, for higher prices, for trouble and job loss, all of that strengthens Canada's hand. And today's ruling, along with time, is putting us in a better position.
On the other hand, Scott, it might be that that Donald Trump, when he gets hit down and he wants to strike back tenfold, right, is what we had an earlier guest say, too, is that it feels like it could, and no one knows what Donald Trump is going to do, but it feels like it could also go the other way, that I lost on this front, but I'm going to hit you on this, and this instead, especially when it comes to CUSMA.
Possibly, but I don't really think that's how this is going to play out.
Okay.
What I think we will see is an immediate junkyard dog reaction. As he's pushed into a corner, he will bare his fangs, no question about it. And so our ability to stay steady, don't be celebratory, don't overstate it. Our political leaders have to take a calm, measured approach to all of this. We can expect that Trump is going to thrash. He's been told that his power is less than he wishes, and he is going to react with a temper tantrum. Now, then the question is, as he pursues these other options with respect to tariffs, every single one of them takes a longer period of time. It's more complicated. There are greater hurdles. And as a consequence, there is time for his political position and the political support for this economic prescription to erode. And I think we're seeing really clear signs that with Americans, that position is eroding. His approval rating, the fears about economic anxiety and job loss and the price of everything in the United States, all of this is starting to wash up on Donald Trump's shore. Expect a short-term burst of anger and vitriol, but in the medium to longer term, he's weaker.
Yeah, and it certainly does feel that way, at least at this point. And we're going to hear, you're standing by, you see it on your screen, too, as well, the White House press briefing room. We're expecting to hear from the president at any minute, and we'll take you to Washington when that does happen. You touched on, too, there, Scott, for Prime Minister Mark Carney, we've heard from Pierre Poilievre, who has put something out on social media as well, at least at this point. That measured reaction is going to be very vital. But how does this push it forward? If things take longer, again, I think to your point, that's a good thing for Canada, is that as we get closer to summer and we get actually closer to this CUSMA review. But, do the conversations just have to keep continuing the way they are? Dominic LeBlanc still, again, going south of the border to continue these conversations, no matter what you hear and no matter what rhetoric comes out of the Americans, in particular Donald Trump?
Yeah. At the podium today in the next few minutes, you're going to hear enormous volume. They are weakened, and so they will attempt to project strength. And it might be illusory, it might be just all yelling and screaming, but we can expect that. I think behind the scenes, and as we work away, file by file, day by day, meeting by meeting, this puts Dominic LeBlanc in a position, as an example, where he will have more options available to him. He will have more points of leverage. And you want to be careful not to attempt to overstate that, and you want to be careful not to overreach. But there's just no objective way to read today other than trading partners with the United States are now in a better position. They have more options. They have more opportunity than does the White House. And that's going to bear fruit over time. I'm firmly of that view.
Yeah, no, and again, I think it makes sense at this point as we slowly start to unpack a lot of the different parts of this as well. You know, as we continue to, at least at this point, and then we get into the Sector 232 tariffs as well, do you expect that's now going to fall under CUSMA? I think clearly. So we have one part of this, of those IEEPA tariffs, and then, you know, the 232 is likely, do you believe, now going to firmly fall under CUSMA?
We'll have to see. I mean, the options available to Trump, if he wants to reanimate some of these tariffs, he can talk about it in terms of national security. He can talk about injury to specific sectors in industry. That's a bit of a long boat. You have to do studies first, then you have to get some measure of political buy-in and industry buy-in. Will all this get rolled up, as you say, the Section 232? Will they get rolled up into CUSMA? Quite possibly. We'll have to see on that. And I'm not exactly a ray of sunshine. I'm not usually very optimistic. The reason I feel some optimism today, and sincerely, is that I do think that as it approaches the CUSMA negotiations, the likelihood that Trump is going to say, I'm just going to pull the tablecloth right off the table underneath the dinner plates, I'm ripping it off, I think that is less likely now. Because I think he's going to see that his own political self-interest with these midterms, with a shifting political climate in the United States, with the inability of Congress to just follow him at a command, all of those things add up to a situation where I think it is more likely that he's actually going to engage on CUSMA than attempt to burn it to the ground.
So this is as much sunshine as you've got for us. Is that's what you're telling for us, Scott?
Hey, listen, man, we haven't won the ball game, but we finally got an inning. All right, take it, celebrate it. Have your hot dog, drink your Coke, and let's live to fight another day.
It's very, very true. Certainly is significant. CTV News political commentator Scott Reed for us. Thanks for this, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are standing by to hear from U.S. President Donald Trump. This is a live shot of the press briefing room in Washington. Once the president begins to speak, we will take you there. Again, we're expecting to hear from him after the major ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court saying Trump's global tariffs are unlawful. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
Underneath it all, it's not just about getting back up. The hours spent chasing seconds or the achievements that paved your path. It's about what helped you leave your mark. For 20 years, Intact Insurance
Hockey tournament, we can tell you that Canada has tied this game up at 2 goals apiece. So it's now 2-2 as they play late into the third period, under 7 minutes left in regulation in this game right now. Shea Theodore scoring for the Canadians to tie again this game up at 2, at least for right now. So that game remains squared up. Again, the semifinals, the berth in the gold medal game is on the line. The loser will play for bronze. The later quarterfinal will feature the U.S. and Slovakia. But again, Canada and Finland are tied at 2. Let's have another look at the United States Supreme Court, which has struck down some of Donald Trump's sweeping global tariffs. In a ruling released this morning, the court says that the law that Donald Trump used, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, also known as IEEPA, cannot be applied to tariffs.
Be ongoing uncertainty. What does this mean? What will the administration do next in the United States? And it's pretty clear from the signals so far that they have a number of other mechanisms and the intent to continue on this tariff journey they're on. So I don't think this is the end of the never-ending tariff story here for us, unfortunately. The good news for Canada, though, is that most of our trade continues into the United States tariff-free. It always has under the Canada-US-Mexico agreement.
Now, former Foreign Affairs Minister Peter MacKay says this decision deals a serious blow to Donald Trump's trade strategy that is basically built around tariffs.
Coupled with the votes that we saw in Congress just last week and some of the discussion that is already emerging within the Republican Party, the cracks are starting to form. And I think as we prepare, Canada prepares to enter into these negotiations around the renewal of CUSMA and our free trade agreement, this is a positive development.
Again, we're standing by to hear from Donald Trump at the White House. When that gets underway, we will take it to you live. In the meantime, in other news, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith says her province will undergo a referendum on immigration and constitutional questions this fall. CTV's Kamal Karamali explains what's on the question box for Albertans. Kamal.
This referendum is slated for October 19th, and Alberta Premier Danielle Smith highlighting what will be on that referendum, the questions that will be asked, 9 of them in a 13-minute televised address to the province. So the 9 questions that will be asked, 5 of them are focused on immigration and access to provincially funded programs and services, including whether Alberta should take more control over immigration levels, restrict eligibility for some social programs, and potentially charge fees to certain non-permanent residents accessing healthcare and education. So one of the questions asks Albertans if non-permanent residents should be charged a quote, reasonable fee to access health and education systems. Another one asks for approval to cut off newcomers from social services if they don't fall under Alberta-approved immigration status. The question, though, doesn't really define what that status means. And other questions delve into the Constitution, asking whether Alberta should open negotiations with the rest of Canada to abolish the Senate and to give provinces the power to appoint Superior Court judges. Smith also linked projected budget deficits to falling oil prices and what she called, quote, out-of-control immigration. And what we've also heard from her is that Alberta's population has grown by nearly 600,000 people in 5 years, which is adding, she says, to the strains on hospitals and other public services like schools as well. We are expected to hear from Danielle Smith on an announcement at 11:30 Mountain Time. That's 1:30 Eastern Time as well. We've also heard from Deputy Leader Raki Pancholi, who accused the government of using immigration as a political distraction ahead of what is expected to be a multi-billion-dollar deficit. Kamal Karamali, CTV News, Toronto.
Well, the number of people dying of overdoses in BC is going down, according to new numbers from the BC Coroner's Service. Just over 1,800 people lost their lives from illicit drugs in 2025. That's down about 21% from the year before. Almost half of the fatal overdoses happened in private homes, compared to 20% outside. There were 26 deaths reported in young people 18 and under, which is up from 21 deaths in 2024. Well, a physician from Manitoba has been named Canada's new Chief Public Health Officer. Dr. Joss Reimer replaces Dr. Theresa Tam, who retired in June after becoming a household name during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Reimer was Chief Medical Officer for the Winnipeg Health Authority and was also the medical lead for Manitoba's COVID-19 Vaccine Implementation Task Force. She's the past president of the Canadian Medical Association. Dr. Reimer is set to step into the national role as Canada's top doctor on April 1st. A second federal union has taken legal action over the federal government's return to office policy. The Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada has filed an unfair labor practice complaint over the government's decision to change the hybrid work policy while bargaining is underway. The Public Service Alliance of Canada has also filed an unfair labor practice complaint, at least at this point. Well, still to come, we are expecting to hear from Donald Trump at the White House. Good afternoon. You're watching CTV News Channel. We continue with our breaking news coverage after the U.S. Supreme Court rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping global tariffs. In a 6-3 decision, the justices upheld a lower court ruling that the president's use of a 1977 law meant for use in national emergencies exceeded his authority. The majority found that the U.S. Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, which includes tariffs. Again, you're looking at a live shot right now of the White House, the press briefing room, where we are expecting to hear from the president any minute now. We initially were told 12:45 p.m. Eastern time. So again, once he takes the podium, we will take you there to get his reaction. The decision today creating more uncertainty for global trade and clearly has major implications for Canada.
Oh, this is seismic because the tariffs that the president has used specifically on issues surrounding fentanyl, those tariffs now actually come off the table. Donald Trump cannot implement tariffs on Canadian goods as a result of this fentanyl. So those tariffs will actually be struck down. Now, tariffs surrounding aluminum, copper, and steel, those tariffs are actually allowed to stay in place. But nevertheless, this is a ruling that many thought would actually come down against the White House. It does
be ongoing uncertainty. What does this mean? What will the administration do next in the United States? And it's pretty clear from the signals so far that they have a number of other mechanisms and the intent to continue on this tariff journey they're on. So I don't think this is the end of the never-ending tariff story here for us, unfortunately. The good news for Canada, though, is that most of our trade continues into the United States tariff-free. It always has under the Canada-US-Mexico agreement.
Now, the court reached its decision in a legal challenge from businesses affected by the tariffs as well as 12 U.S. states. There has clearly been plenty of reaction so far. Let's start with Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade, Dominic LeBlanc, writing on social media that the U.S. Supreme Court's decision reinforces Canada's position that the tariffs imposed by Donald Trump are unjustified. LeBlanc added that as Canada goes into a joint review of CUSMA, they're working to create growth on both sides of the border and strengthen collaboration with reliable trading partners and allies around the world. Well, joining me now for more is Robert Glasgow, international trade lawyer with McCarthy Tétrault. Robert, thanks for being here.
Happy to be here, Matt.
I want to get your reaction about this today. You're not entirely unexpected. It felt like some of the lead up was leading to this decision. But what's your initial take on the fact that the U.S. Supreme Court, and significantly too, with that 6-3 decision?
Well, I think it's a big victory for rule of law. Quite frankly, reading that CIT decision at the first instance, I think it was incredibly persuasive, and I always thought that this was a decision that, based purely on the law, was going to go basically exactly how it did, including both the Roberts and the Gorsuch majority and concurrence. I think, however, there was a lot of hesitation on the parts of some because of the Trump factor, and I think we see this in the dissent by Kavanaugh and by Thomas in particular, that contains some very results-based reasoning. So I think that this is a big win for the rule of law, and I think this is a big win for the rules-based order and trying to repair some of the ruptures that we've seen in that. However, I think we also have to be a little bit cautious about getting up over our skis on this, because as has been intimated by some of the hits at the top of the show, there are some very troubling aspects in that there still remains tariffs on aluminum, tariffs on steel, tariffs on autos and auto parts. And these are elements that we are going to have to deal with, especially as we jump into CUSMA renegotiations.
Yeah, and we're trying to be clear with viewers, too, because it can be muddled, I think, at best. So these are IEEPA tariffs, which do not include the Sector 232 tariffs, which are, as you mentioned, too, Robert, those tariffs on auto parts, on steel, on aluminum, too, that a number of the industries here in Canada are facing. So it's not, at least at this point. So just take me through the impact, you think, for Canadian businesses right now. It may not be super significant. Is it more overall the political win that Donald Trump, is clearly is going to be kept possibly more at bay for now, as opposed to Canadian businesses winning with this decision?
Keeping Donald Trump at bay is a full-time job, I think. But when we're talking just about the impact on Canadian businesses, I think there's two primary impacts. The first is we had that CUSMA exemption that's now going away. You might recall we were the only country with 0 rating on CUSMA originating goods. Now, that loses us that preferential access that we used to have. However, to become CUSMA originating, it's not enough just to say, I made it in Canada. There are very specific rules, and there are very specific compliance costs. And Customs and Border Patrol was, by all accounts, cracking down heavily on these imports. And so I think what we can see for Canadian businesses is an easing up of those compliance costs for goods that otherwise would have not attracted a duty, what we call most favored nation 0-rated goods. Mm-hmm. And that's a lot of goods out there. So I think your compliance is going to get a little bit easier. However, I think against all of this, and again, I hate to be pessimistic on things on a day that should be a good day, but the president retains those broad sectoral tariffs, and he can add more things to them. He can do more 232 investigations, or he can do things like adding other goods onto the 232 steel and aluminum tariffs as derivative products, like he has with some non-steel goods on those tariffs already.
Okay, so and again, it's interesting as we get into some of the analysis of that. You know, just continue for that, Robert, too, with those pathways of some of those, whether, you know, it is along more 232 investigations with the Department of Commerce or otherwise. However, you know, some of those are going to need congressional approval and some of them are not, right? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, so some of them, they have greater oversight. There's a greater glide path. IEEPA was the only tariff that he could purportedly, and we now know he can't, it's unlawful, but purportedly could snap his fingers and impose a tariff. So what we're going to see is there's going to be more of a administrative review around any of his decisions. And that does two things. Number one, it raises the cost to him and his administration of imposing the decision. But number two, it also lengthens the supply, the time frame and the lead time. And this is one of the big things that the IEEPA tariffs caused was companies that are looking to structure their supply chain could overnight have their entire supply chain disrupted and no real ability to engage. Now that they're going to have to go through 232 or 122 or 301, I know they're throwing out a lot of numbers here, but all of these have very specific lead times and investigatory requirements. So that's going to give trading entities and companies and businesses more time to adjust and more time to adapt.
Yeah, again, which I think they will certainly take at this point. Before I let you go, I want to ask about CUSMA too, Robert, at least, you know, for right now, what this could mean, at least your understanding, or again, this path. It's always impossible to predict, as we mentioned earlier, what Donald Trump is going to do. But for you, you know, what this decision might lead up to come the summer and the negotiations and the conversations that are clearly already underway.
Honestly, I'm actually somewhat pessimistic for the impact of this decision on CUSMA renegotiations with Trump. I think Trump reacts very emotionally to a lot of decisions. That's part of his negotiating style. And I think that this very well might upset him. This may cause him to lash out or to refuse to engage. It may also cause him to try to bundle some of his IEEPA goals into the negotiation windows. I mean, we saw some of this in the Kavanaugh dissent asking, well, what's this going to do to the tariff deals that got worked out with Japan and the EU and South Korea? You know, does that tariff deal where they purportedly agreed to take on a 15% tariff still hold now that the IEEPA authority under which the threat was held over their heads has gone away? And so I think we might see Trump start pushing for that. So I think what we very well might see from the Canadian government and from the Mexican government is negotiations for the sake of negotiations. Because again, as long as we're talking, CUSMA does not expire until 2036. So there's a chance to keep Trump talking and keep Trump talking and hopefully keep them engaged until you get a new administration in town and one that might be willing to engage on a more reasonable basis.
It's some great analysis. Really appreciate this conversation. Robert Glasgow, international trade lawyer with McCarthy Tétrault. Thank you, sir. Appreciate this.
Thank you. Have a great day.
We have an update from the Canada-Finland game from a watch party, and with some cheering, I think you can imagine what exactly happened. Yes, Canada has scored in the final minute of regulation to take a 3-2 lead over Finland. It was on the power play. Nathan MacKinnon getting the Canadian goal. That's Beth McDonnell, who was standing by, I think, a little bit earlier, too, for us. But some excited Canadian hockey fans. The game is not over yet. There's still about 20 seconds left, but Canada is leading 3-2 in the semifinals of men's hockey. When it does become a final, we will let you know. Sidney Crosby is not playing in this game. Canadian captain with a knee injury could not go. So a huge, huge goal from Nathan MacKinnon, again, to give Canada a 3-2 lead in the semifinals right now. Once that game does become a final, we will let you know. There was a challenge for offside, though, too. It was a very close play on the entry into the offensive zone, but ultimately that goal was ruled a good goal. However, Finland got a penalty as a result of it. So 5-on-5 later. We'll keep you posted on that one, at least for now. The other semifinals coming up later today with the U.S. taking on Slovakia. Canada already has a bronze today, too, in long track speed skating. So we'll get you caught up on the whole Olympic story coming up in a little bit. Meantime, we'll return to our top story as well. More reaction coming in from former Foreign Affairs Minister Peter MacKay, who says the U.S. Supreme Court decision on tariffs deals a serious blow to Donald Trump's trade strategy that is basically built around tariffs.
Coupled with the votes that we saw in Congress just last week and some of the discussion that is already emerging within the Republican Party, the cracks are starting to form. And I think as we prepare, Canada prepares to enter into these negotiations around the renewal of CUSMA and our free trade agreement, this is a positive development.
There's lots of reaction, again, that we're getting from this side of the border to this. How about Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre writing in part that the U.S. Supreme Court ruling striking down unjustified IEEPA tariffs is a step in the right direction. He goes on to point out the sectoral-based tariffs, including steel and aluminum, remain in effect, calling for those to be lifted as well. Now, Poilievre said, quote, anything less than this means our workers will continue to suffer. Prime Minister Carney promised to negotiate a win and get a deal by July 21st of last year. U.S. tariffs on Canada have gotten worse. Now, again, at least for now, that's what we've heard from Pierre Poilievre. With Doug Ford, Ontario Premier, also reacting on social media today, calling the Supreme Court's decision another important victory in the fight against Donald Trump's tariffs. But the battle isn't over. He says Canada needs to watch how the White House reacts to this and that he won't stop fighting until every last tariff against Canada is dropped, at least for now. So we're standing by to hear from U.S. President Donald Trump. When we do, and he does step up to the podium in the White House press briefing room, we'll take you there live. But for now, let's bring in CTV News U.S. political analyst Eric Ham into this conversation. Eric, I'm curious what you're hearing. It sounds like Donald Trump was at a breakfast this morning when he got the news about the U.S. Supreme Court decision and was clearly not happy about it.
No, he wasn't. We're told that he called the ruling a disgrace and that he used F-bombs when describing the Supreme Court, saying this effing court. And so I suspect he will have more to say, not only about the courts when we hear from him when he speaks from the podium, but we also have to remember Donald Trump will be delivering the State of the Union address to the Congress as well as to the American people next week. And at that State of the Union, we know that the members of the Supreme Court will be seated just feet away from Donald Trump. And I suspect he will have more to say directly to them at that time.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting dynamic as we get into that next week. And again, clearly what we're going to hear from the president. And we're assuming a lot of bluster coming out of the White House here shortly whenever that gets underway. Eric, for you, having a chance to digest this, having a look at this actual ruling too, this is what, I think Canada was hoping to see. It's not a huge surprise, I don't think, at this point, but it's also wins, I think, for Mexico, for China, for the global trade as Donald Trump has tried to reorganize at least how global trade is certainly affecting every country almost across the world. So, bigger picture here, it may not have an immediate direct impact right now, but just talk about politically, too, what this means for Donald Trump, including how we get as we get into the actual review of CUSMA into the summer.
You're right, because so much of Donald Trump's presidency has been centered around tariffs. This has been his signature policy, both on foreign policy as well as domestic. And we know Donald Trump has talked very glowingly about how he has used tariffs as a bullying tactic. He talked about how he has used them to settle wars. That number of wars, it typically goes up every time he mentions it, from 6 to 7 to 8 to 9. And he will say that he used the threat of tariffs to actually get deals or to end wars. And we know that he talked recently about how he didn't like the way one head of state talk to him. And so he implemented tariffs. And so this has been something that has been part of Donald Trump's persona since coming back to the White House. And now he has been stripped of this one central power from the Supreme Court. And for someone like Donald Trump, who likes to engage in fear and bullying tactics, this strips Donald Trump of everything that he is, not only as president of the United States, but also as many people contend, leader of the free world.
Okay, Eric, appreciate this. Stand by for us. Just stay on the line for us, Eric, because we just have to switch gears for just a second. So we're going to return to our top story for now, but we also have some major news developing from the Olympic Games in Italy, where Team Canada has just defeated Finland in the semifinals of men's hockey. Let's bring in CTV's Scott Hurst, who's in the national newsroom. Scott, another dramatic win. I'm not sure if any hockey fans have any fingernails left, because Canada does get it done late in the third.
And we can all take a big sigh of relief. Let's all do it together. Take a deep breath, because Canada has punched their ticket to the gold medal game. So we can all set our timers to wake up bright and early, 8:10 Eastern time. So even earlier for those further out west, but it goes 8 o'clock, just after 8 o'clock Eastern time on Sunday. The gold medal game, Canada still waiting to find out their opponent in that match, as the U.S. will play Slovakia later this afternoon. But if we could talk a little bit about this game, what a comeback it was for Team Canada. They were down 2-0 at one point. We're able to cut the lead going into the third period. And then Sam Reinhart, Shea Theodore, and the Nathan McKinnon with the game-winning goal for Canada to win this 3-2. McKinnon putting that in with just about 35 seconds left in the game on the power play to put Canada ahead. Finland challenged that goal to see if it was an offside call, but they ruled it a good goal. Then they played the rest of the 35 seconds, and Canada was able to come out on top. Of course, we had talked about it all morning, Matt, that Canada is doing this without its captain, Sidney Crosby, ruled out with an injury in this game. So Connor McDavid wearing the C in the semifinal matchup against Finland. Once again, the final score 3-2 for Canada as they punch their ticket to the gold medal game, and they await to find out if they will play the USA and set up a finals rematch from the Four Nations face-off, or can they play Slovakia in that gold medal game? Once again, it is early on Sunday morning, just after 8 a.m. Eastern time, for a whole lot of people who are going to get up Sunday morning and watch some hockey and, you know, breakfast game. That sounds pretty good.
It is going to be a breakfast game. And you know what? Slovakia's been the talk of the tournament, I think, so far, too, Scott. So we'll see what happens. But I think for many hockey fans, too, how about Canada and the U.S.? It was an awesome overtime win in the Four Nations a year ago. It was a year ago today, actually, that Canada won that game over the U.S. And given, I think, you know, you don't want to bring the political climate too much into it, but here we go. A rematch of Canada and the U.S. would certainly be something I think that fans would love to see.
That is certainly something that fans have been thinking about, maybe not wanting to talk about throughout this tournament, to see if that matchup could come to fruition and go up against the U.S. in that gold medal game. But that is sure something a lot of hockey fans were hoping for, to see if we can get that matchup in the gold medal game. Of course, we saw that same matchup in the gold medal game yesterday, and it didn't go our way. A valiant effort by our women yesterday, 2 minutes away from claiming gold over the U.S., but unfortunately they tied it up late in that game, and the U.S. won in overtime. So it would be sweet as well to go up against the U.S. and potentially beat them in the gold medal game. A little bit of retribution for the women, who, of course, still leaving these Olympics with the silver medal. A lot of respect for what the women did in that game yesterday, too.
Yeah, again, another incredible hockey game between those two teams and that historic rivalry. Scott, before I let you go, for viewers that may have missed it earlier, too, can we touch on Canada's bronze medal win today? Another long track speed skating, which was great to see. I know an unfortunate loss for Rachel Homan in curling, but let's just talk about the bronze medal that we won today.
Well, Rachel Homan in the curling will still be going for the bronze medal match. That is tomorrow, and they're playing the U.S. as well. So this rivalry has
everywhere. It's everywhere,
many
Scott.
different factors in this rivalry. So she did not win the semifinal matchup today versus Sweden. So Rachel Homan's rink will go for bronze tomorrow. Here's the final score of that semifinal in women's curling earlier today. But you mentioned our latest medal, another time on the podium for Valerie Malte, her third time at these Olympic Games for the 5-time Olympian. Matt, she's competed in every Olympic Winter Games since Vancouver 2010. She's already won gold at these Olympic Games as part of the women's team pursuit alongside her teammates Yvonne Blandin and Isabelle Weideman. She also won bronze in the 3,000 meter. And now earlier today, she won bronze in the 1,500 meter. Really an illustrious career. As I mentioned, 5 Olympic Winter Games.
Okay, sorry, Scott, but Donald Trump is now speaking at the White House. Let's listen in.
Deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they're very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners, in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country-destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little two-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries, but a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%. But now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so up, you have to see. I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't, he's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301. And the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338, all clear. But it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward, we will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and, you know, they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have more of we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now, and the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
With a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man, but a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week, and then you came in and imposed tariffs, and all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what? He just to finalize it, he said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway. Same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said, like I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position, the position I have as President of the United States, had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips. For 30 years longer, they made chip, and they put our companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies in Taiwan are building factories in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs. They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th. And it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What was said ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, and Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time. Right. January jobs report beat expectations. CPI report beat expectations. Real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this. We really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world, had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, you know, at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. You know, fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way, and we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time, but the end result is going to get us more money, and I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. I said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years. Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your negotiations?
We're going straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
Mr. President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You claim that they will pay for them. What happens
well,
to
like the farmers? We took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us, with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So to the President's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan.
Of the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people
have said that.
Yeah,
a few people. Wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to
push tariffs.
I have
through?
the right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs. It has all been approved by Congress, so there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process. Not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress,
the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's been votes in the Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and we got. And what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left, because these people have been they are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%,
yeah,
is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively, I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to... Look, the man I met with yesterday who owned a factory was out of business. He was out of business. And now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in, he's got a brand new crane. I said, how old is that crane? We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said, it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down, other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said, every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can ever... This is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit. And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, they would. And I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that. A lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well. But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's reasonable.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you...
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. Great comprehension. I read everything there is to read, and I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. maybe. I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term. We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well. And we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation.
Okay, you've been watching, again, U.S. President Donald Trump react to the tariffs here on CTV News Channel. We are going to say goodbye to our viewers in Manitoba, but our coverage continues, and Saskatchewan at that, but our coverage does continue on CTV News Channel.
The courts, and we're just going back to that. And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business-oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies, too, you know. I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked, every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said, we can do these. We have alternatives. Yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs, do those stand now, or are they have to be redone?
Well, some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited, barely. Barely. Three are happily invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come. Okay.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now? And on the decision, nothing changes.
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs, and we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually, but he was much smarter than the people that he was against in terms of the United States. He was ripping us off in India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now, and we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Are up as of now for this, Mr. President.
No, the India deal is on here.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there is another war that you stopped and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea of...
Well, it's a very different topic, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time. But all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy.
Good afternoon. You're
He's not a
watching
choir boy.
CTV News Channel's coverage of U.S. President Donald Trump reacting to tariffs and the decision by the U.S. Supreme Court today. We want to welcome in our viewers from Alberta who are now joining us here on the main network. We're going to continue listening in.
Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 800, 2 weeks ago, hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people. And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating. And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 837. Supposedly, they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, you mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe, and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia, that you sanctions?
Well, I want Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech, Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite. Some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries, I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what I'm talking about, and they're not recognizable. They become, the environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and their oceans, and they're paying a fortune. Now, Europe has to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things, energy and immigration. And if they don't solve both of them fast, Europe is not the same place. Yeah, please.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today? And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Specifically on that $2,000 tariff check.
Mr. President,
I didn't call you.
You didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher. How much higher? It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years, and it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good, and it's going to be very reasonable for them. Yeah.
So specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the $2,000.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic, and we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil from Russia, right? And they pull way back at my request because we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped a war between India and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going, and probably going nuclear. And just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. That's and I did it largely with tariffs. I said, look, you're going to fight, that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States, and you're going to pay a 200% tariff, each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay? I just want to thank you all. Look, great certainty has been brought back to the economy of the United States and actually the economy of the world, because we generate so much in the world. We're the biggest in the world, and we're now the strongest by far. We were a country that was dead 1.5 years ago. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Did you say 32,000?
Okay, that was U.S. President Donald Trump again speaking to the media. A lot to absorb, certainly, as we heard from the U.S. president. So at least at this point, he railed against those Supreme Court justices who ruled against him, too, in a 6-3 decision earlier today. Just in case you're just joining us and tuned into some of that, that's the U.S. Supreme Court ruling against Donald Trump's tariffs. These are the IEEPA tariffs in particular, specifically for now, at least at this point. That's what the Supreme Court has ruled against, but it's very harsh words for those justices. You know, one line in particular that sticks out, that he couldn't care less if the justices who ruled against him showed up to his State of the Union address next week. Now, there's a lot to unpack. In particular, and as expected, we heard that Donald Trump is going to use a number of different avenues, and one of them right away said that he is going to sign an executive order later today to institute a 10% global tariff across the board. That's under Section 122. That's under the U.S. Trade Act of 1974. Those tariffs, at least under that act, can be instituted for 150 days for now until an extension, if they wanted one, the U.S. administration, that would take congressional approval. So I think that's one of the biggest things we take away from this, that Donald Trump, hours after finding out that he was that the Supreme Court has ruled against him, is now going to use another avenue to bring in more tariffs. Lots to break down. Let's bring in CTV News U.S. political analyst Eric Hem and Sharon Carr, CTV News political analyst as well. Eric, I want to start with you. You know, your takeaways from that. I think, you know, not unexpected for Donald Trump and some of the rhetoric that he was using, but take me through your thoughts.
Well, we knew that the president had other contingencies, and we knew that he would use them. I didn't expect that he would actually announce it today. But yes, the Section 122, that will now go into effect. That's an across-the-board 10% tariff. But again, it's only for 150 days, and he will need congressional approval to go beyond that. Now, this is an election year, so it is highly unlikely that lawmakers are going to actually approve a tariff, which is essentially a tax on Americans. And so that's something that's not going to happen this year by lawmakers. Of course, we know that House Joint Resolution 72 is already in the Senate. That's a resolution that was passed in the House last week. Some Republicans joined with Democrats to move that legislation, and now it goes before the Senate. I do believe that with this ruling by the Supreme Court, that will give additional Republican lawmakers who have not wanted to challenge the president to actually support that resolution. And so I think we could see even more bipartisan support for that resolution, which, of course, we know repeals tariffs on Canada.
Right. And again, that's the one that the Canadians in particular have been looking for, on top of, you know, some of the other moves clearly that the U.S. administration is making. Sharon, let me get your overall general thoughts too as well, and what we heard from Donald Trump here in the last, who spoke for, I want to say, just a little bit over half an hour and answering a number of questions.
That was definitely a press conference that I don't think anyone was expecting to come out today the way it did. Listen, this just solidifies Canada's position that these tariffs were unjustified. And as much as these are threats that he's making, he does have extremely low approval ratings right now. I think he's at 36 or 38%. So there's a lot at play here. Criticizing the institutions of the Supreme Court, I don't think is going to help him. And this is typical in the language that he uses. But what he's doing is he's giving countries like Canada further ammo to ensure that they are domesticating their own sovereign supply for everything, because he is creating so much uncertainty globally. And whether or not this comes to fruition, he is going to sign an executive document today. But again, this is not going to necessarily work out to the favor he thinks it is, specifically if there's going to be bipartisan support. But this just, again, further solidifies Canada's position that these were unjustified tariffs to begin with.
Eric, let me ask you, too, you know, Donald Trump was asked as well, making an accusation that there's some kind of foreign influence on the Supreme Court, was asked for proof about it at one point, didn't offer any up, and said that there would be some coming. It's a serious accusation to make against the top justices in the United States.
Look, that's not unusual for President Donald Trump. We know that he has made accusations against former President Barack Obama, saying that he actually surveilled him. We know he's made them against former President Bill Clinton and his wife Hillary Clinton. So this is a policy, this is a ruling from the Supreme Court that Donald Trump is taking very personally, which was to be expected. However, many, including perhaps those even inside the Trump administration, knew that this ruling was potentially coming down, which is why we'd heard from people like Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, that they were actually planning and preparing for contingencies like what we saw today on Section 122. Now, again, President Donald Trump has made clear that tariffs for him is the way to go. In fact, we heard him talk about that, not only in how he uses tariffs to enforce economic policy, but also how he uses them diplomatically. But I think when we're looking at Canada, I think as it relates to CUSMA, certainly Donald Trump, and as a result of this new ruling, is certainly going to try to use every opportunity to gain additional leverage when going into those CUSMA negotiations. And I think the best thing for Ottawa negotiators right now is to simply work to try to buy time. We know that this is an election year in the United States. Congress is likely going to change hands. And because CUSMA was ratified in 2018, those same lawmakers would have to then pass laws that would actually rescind the very law that established CUSMA as the law of the land in the United States. And Donald Trump is going to have to need Democratic support in order to get that, which we know he simply will not. So right now, while certainly I'm sure everyone in Canada is watching this entire process play out, right now, time is actually on their side, not on Donald Trump's.
Right. Again, it's a very good point that you bring up, too. He can't unilaterally just scrap CUSMA by himself, even if he chooses to walk away from it. So an excellent point. Sharon, and speaking, to Eric's point as well, and we bring up Canadian negotiators, we haven't heard from the Prime Minister, at least at this point. I'm not sure that we're going to. I'm not sure, that he is going to chime in on this, possibly. But what do you believe that he, the rest of the government, should do even at this point? Is it just stay quiet and, again, quietly just kind of continue some of these conversations? It seems like possibly the best course of action, but what are your thoughts?
So we've seen Minister Dominic LeBlanc put out a statement, again, solidifying that these are unjustified tariffs. But I think if we've learned anything from Prime Minister Carney's style with handling President Donald Trump, it's kind of keep calm and carry on. Trump wants a reaction. That is what he thrives off of. It creates more controversy, and that's not the style that Prime Minister Carney is going to take. So whether or not he comes out with a statement, if he does, I think it'll be fairly neutral. We do have these CUSMA negotiations that are upcoming, and again, time is on our side. So I don't think we're going to see any intense response. We're seeing what Dominic LeBlanc's statement is going to be, and you'll probably see the rest of the government come out with something similar. But again, it just further solidifies Canada's positions that these tariffs were imposed in an unjustified way, and Canada is going to do its best to find the best trade deal. But right now, reacting in a visceral way back to Donald Trump is what he expects, and I think the best thing Canada and Carney will do is stay somewhat silent.
Okay, Eric, let me just give you the last word here, moving forward, and at least we talked a little bit earlier to big picture about what this means in Donald Trump's loss, at least for now. So for the U.S. in particular, maybe put Canada aside for a second too, but for the U.S. in particular, now moving forward with this, what's going to happen? I think is maybe the biggest question for now. That we're already seeing. You were surprised. I think many people were surprised that we're going to see an executive order already for another avenue, but it certainly is not going to spell the end of tariffs at any point soon.
No, and for people in Canada who are certainly unaware of this, in fact, many in the United States are not, yesterday there was a large banner that was draped over the Department of Justice with Donald Trump's picture on it. And that's something you typically see in autocratic governments, authoritarian nations. And what it signified was that it was President Donald Trump, not the Constitution, not the law itself, that actually governs this nation, but Donald Trump. And oftentimes there are those who have thought that Donald Trump has acted more and more like an authoritarian since coming back into power. And we know that this Supreme Court has certainly sided with Donald Trump on a number of different issues. But in real time, at least today, and based on what we saw last week, we are now seeing a Supreme Court and even a Congress that are now beginning to find their spine, find their voice, and actually speak up and speak out against this president. Today, we saw a ruling by the Supreme Court that severely handicaps and handcuffs the president. And I think what we saw last week and what we will continue to see from this Congress, particularly on legislation like this resolution, is they too are now beginning to try to check this president. So real checks and balances playing out right now at a time when the country and the world is desperately looking for it and need it.
Eric Ham, Sharon Carr, want to thank both of you so much for sticking with us and for this analysis today. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, so again, we have complete the reaction too. There is more online. If you want to know some of the details, you can head to ctvnews.ca. We have, at least for now, and we're going to continue our reaction and to get more of it throughout the afternoon right here on CTV News Channel. For now, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back after this. Okay, one of our other big stories today is the Canadian men's hockey team is moving on to the gold medal game at Milano Cortina 2026 after a nail-biting win over Finland. 3-2 the final in that one. Canada scoring late in the third period with Nathan MacKinnon getting the game-winning goal. Joining me now for more analysis is TSN's Frankie Corrado. Frankie, listen, hey, thanks for jumping on. Pal, appreciate this. Let's talk about it. You know, I'm not sure Canadian hockey fans have any nails left. These have been a couple of tense days between the women's and the men's game, but give me your thoughts on Canada's 3-2 win over Finland.
Listen, it was Team Canada that finally found a way to get to their game plan in this game, and more of a stiff test in the quarterfinals against Czechia and now against Finland than they had played against in the preliminary rounds. Czechia played them hard, Finland played them hard. Team Canada, it was closer than they wanted it to be, and they had to do it without Sidney Crosby. It was such a slim margin for error. Both of the last two games could have gone either way. A lot of tense, nervous moments, but ultimately, you know, Canada getting some big moments from some key players. Nathan MacKinnon draws a penalty in the last couple minutes of this game, and then he scores the goal, Matt, with 2 seconds left on that power play. So he had been on the ice for almost a full 2 minutes before scoring that goal. It almost looked like he didn't even have enough energy to celebrate. You know, that's how hard and how taxing of a game this has been for Team Canada, but ultimately a big win, and now they get to play for the gold medal.
Yeah, super. Is that a good thing, Frankie? Do you think a little adversity? This team was clearly the favorite coming into this tournament. You know, they're still playing against some other very good teams. Finland's, you know, sports more than 20 NHLers as well. So is that a good thing for this team heading into the gold medal game?
It is a good thing. They've learned something about themselves. And keep this in mind, right? These are all the best players in the world. A lot of them are the best players on their teams. They're the go-to guys. They're the most skilled players. But what Team Canada has learned is that there needs to be a little bit of a blue-collar mentality, a grinding aspect, a little bit of trench work that goes into this thing before you get to access all that high-powered skill and the flashy plays. So the last two games were a good reminder of that for Canada, and now we'll see who they get in the finals. At 3:10 today, United States is going to play against Slovakia. I think a lot of us have been anticipating a Canada-USA final, which would be, you know, every hockey fan's dream is to watch that game happen again. But Slovakia has been like this Cinderella story where, you know, they're getting goaltending performances that are out of this world from a guy who plays in the AHL, playing against, you know, the NHL's best players, and some young players for Slovakia have really stepped up. So we'll see what the result is, but this little bit of adversity, this is a good thing for Team Canada. They've learned what it takes when the games tighten up and the skill part is not necessarily available to them right off the bat. How do you grind so you can get to that skill game?
And let me just ask you quickly, Frankie, before I let you go. Sidney Crosby not playing. You know, John Cooper saying after the game today, the semifinal, that his chances of playing on Sunday are better than they were today. Not that Canada necessarily needs him, but what do you think are the chances that the captain comes back for the gold medal game?
I'll put it to you this way. He will do everything he possibly can to be on the ice, whether it's finding a tape job or a knee brace or anything that works that can get him onto the ice. But at the same time, full well realizing that if he does go on the ice, he has to perform at a certain level. So that's going to be the balance that he has to find. But Team Canada has learned now, how do you win without Sidney Crosby? 2 games ago against Czechia, they did it. They got big goals from Nick Suzuki and Mitch Marner. And in this game, they had to come from behind against Finland, down 2-0 at one point in this game, and eventually won. They're a better team with Sidney Crosby, but there would be a huge motivating factor not having, you know, the heartbeat of hockey in your lineup, saying within that dressing room, guys, we need to do this thing for Sidney Crosby. He's never let any of us down at any points in our careers. It's time to pick him up. So if they have him, that's great. If they don't, there is a huge motivating factor behind this team.
Yeah, certainly again, a huge win for Canada. TSN hockey analyst Frankie Corrado, appreciate your time today, pal. Thank you. Well, let's recap our top story, too, if you've missed it today. The U.S. Supreme Court rejecting U.S. President Donald Trump's global sweeping tariffs today. In a 6-3 decision, the justices upholding a lower court ruling that the president's use of a 1977 law meant for use in national emergencies exceeded his authority. The court reached the decision in a legal challenge from businesses affected by the tariffs, as well as 12 U.S. states. But Trump saying today that he is going to sign an executive order at some point this afternoon to institute a new 10% global tariff under Section 122. That's the Trade Act of 1974. So speaking after the ruling, Trump called the Supreme Court decision, quote, deeply disappointing, adding that he's ashamed of certain members of the court.
When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long.
Okay, CTV's Jeremy Sharon joins us now from our Ottawa bureau. Jeremy, again, wide-ranging topics. I don't think necessarily unexpected what we heard from Donald Trump. We have this new 10% global tariff now under Section 122. Do we know yet how that's going to affect the other sectoral tariffs that are on Canada? We're just still trying to figure that out, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack, Matt, and I think to your point, everyone at this point is trying to best understand and make sense of what U.S. President Donald Trump announced today. I think one thing that is fairly certain is that the Section 232 tariffs, the sectoral tariffs, if you will, on the auto sector, on steel and aluminum, on lumber, those sectoral tariffs should remain unchanged. What we heard today from U.S. President Donald Trump, as you've touched on, is a new 10% global tariff. So under Section 122, which is a new section of the statute that he is going to use to impose tariffs, the U.S. Supreme Court's decision today struck down the implementation of the fentanyl-related tariffs related to the fentanyl emergency that U.S. President Donald Trump declared. That was 35% on Canada, 10% on goods that are not covered by CUSMA, 10% on energy products. And also the global reciprocal tariffs, which were tariff rates at various different percentages for countries around the world. Those are all gone. They have been struck down by the Supreme Court, deemed unlawful. What is not, definitively clear, Donald Trump today said that he was signing an executive order to impose 10% global tariffs over and above the normal tariffs already being charged. Not clear if he's talking about other tariffs, in Canada's case under Section 232, or in China's case 301. There are various tariffs that are there. What seems to be clear is he does not have the power to reinstate the global reciprocal tariffs at the high rates that they existed, or tariffs at a high rate of 35% that were imposed on Canada through Section 122. He is limited in his power through Section 122, as you've touched on, Matt, and some of our other guests have, to a maximum tariff rate of 15% and limited to 150 days. Beyond that, he would have to seek congressional approval. So there are limits as to what he can impose. It would appear that this is, a 10% global tariff that he's imposing instead of all the tariffs that were struck down today by the Supreme Court. That would still result in, across the board, significantly lower tariff rates for all countries that were facing tariffs from U.S. President Donald Trump. And, to answer your initial question, Matt, unclear whether or not that 10% tariff rate will be applied to Canada in lieu of the 35% tariffs that were removed, and whether CUSMA would allow us to get a carve-out. There are still a lot of questions in terms of how this will all be, imposed, but a lot to unpack, and certainly, significant developments here in terms of the trade policies that U.S. President Donald Trump is moving forward with. All that despite he continued to talk about today the fact that he feels as though this decision by the U.S. Supreme Court empowers his office to impose tariffs without really explaining that. It wasn't clear because, as we all clearly saw, the Supreme Court struck down a large majority of those tariffs. So Like, there's a lot that is left for everyone to unpack and try and make sense of today from what we heard from the president. Nonetheless, 10% global tariffs is a sure thing. Definitive impact on Canada, still unclear at this point. We're seeking further clarification from the Prime Minister's office and any Canadian officials that'll answer that today.
Right, and not necessarily even knowing if the Prime Minister's office or otherwise knows the exact impact of this. Are we going to hear, Jeremy, just quickly before I let you go, are we going to expected to hear from the Prime Minister? Are we going to hear from Mark Carney at any point today? Probably likely not, or have we heard?
Yeah, nothing scheduled at this point. We have not heard back on whether or not he's going to speak or clarification. Look, you know, the minister in charge of Canada-U.S. trade is Minister Dominic LeBlanc. We've reached out to his office for some clarification. You know, hopeful that we will get some kind of answer. But I think to your point, Matt, you know, to be clear, perhaps there were some communication ahead of what was being announced today. We don't know. That's complete speculation. But they are probably also trying to discern everything that was announced and what the impact is on Canada, as is every other country at this point, I think. There's a lot of, you know, there are a lot of things that remain unclear right now.
Yeah, so more uncertainty at this point. Okay, CTV's Jeremy Sherrill in Ottawa for us. Thanks, Jeremy, for this.
Yeah, of course, anytime, Matt.
We're going to continue our coverage again of our top story with the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that Donald Trump's global tariffs are unlawful. We're going to have more reaction coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Tony can't wait for a real camping trip, but for now, he needs to financially protect
ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long.
That's a frustrated U.S. President Donald Trump reacting to the decision by this U.S. Supreme Court today that rejects his global tariffs. Trump calls the ruling, quote, deeply disappointing, adding that he's ashamed of certain members of the court. Now, reaction continues to come in. Canada's Minister of International Trade says that Ottawa's position on tariffs has not changed.
The U.S. is our #1 trading partner. We need to continue working with the U.S., and Minister LeBlanc is leading those conversations. What we said from the very beginning is these tariffs are unjust, and that position has not changed. We still have the best trading arrangement of any country in the world, and we'll continue to work with the Americans on that. But at the same time, my job as the Minister of International Trade is to look beyond North America.
Joining me now for more reaction is Lana Payne, Unifor National President and member of the Prime Minister's Canada-U.S. Special Counsel. Lana, certainly, first off, let's get your reaction. You know, I'm sure you heard a bunch of what Donald Trump had to say as well, but give me your reaction to the U.S. Supreme Court's decision today to say that a lot of these tariffs, or at least the IEEPA tariffs, are unlawful.
Yes, it wasn't unexpected. We did expect the Supreme Court to rule in this fashion. The reality is this is an important decision. But the impact of the most important and punishing tariffs on Canada are still there. So the sectoral tariffs on auto, on steel, on aluminum, on forestry, on heavy-duty trucks, we're still experiencing those today despite this Supreme Court decision.
And Canada in particular, too, Lana, right, because those sectoral tariffs are in effect. The rest of and a lot of trade between Canada and the U.S. is covered under CUSMA, but those ones in particular are not. And then you hear that now another global order is coming for another 10% possibly. We're still trying to determine how that factors in because it's under another section. It's Section 122, at least for now. So when you hear that coming, is that going to mean more difficulty for those industries that are already facing significantly high tariffs?
It could. It absolutely could. It'll depend on what this proclamation looks like. The reality is that the President of the United States has many tariff tools in his toolbox. We have been experiencing a variety of them in Canada that have been designed to surgically destroy jobs in this country. That is what the sectoral tariffs have done. Tens and tens of thousands of Canadian workers have been impacted by these tariffs in terms of either job loss or layoff, and those tariffs are still there. And there's likely to be seen, given what the president has said today, that we will have a backlash here as a result of the Supreme Court ruling. But that can't deter us from what it is that we need to achieve, and that's eventually a trade agreement with the United States. In the days and weeks and months ahead as we go into the CUSMA review.
And give me your thoughts on that too, and what you think, how this is going, this decision in particular, is it going to affect CUSMA, review and renegotiation as we slowly, those conversations are happening now. I'm sure you're privy to some of that information, but as we lead up to the summer and the actual review itself, how do you think this one is going to affect it?
I mean, I think everything is going to have an impact in some form or another at this bargaining table. It can't not, given the character of the President of the United States. But the reality is, for Canada, we have to stay very focused. We have a job that we have to do at that table. We have leverage that we can use as a country. We can't fear using it. If you look at what's happening in the U.S. right now, the cake is baking. We've had this, this Supreme Court ruling, but we are also seeing an impact of these tariffs on the U.S. economy. They are losing manufacturing jobs hand over fist every single month down there. The very sector of their economy that Trump said these tariffs were designed to help is having the opposite impact. And all of that is creating conditions now where Canada could get a better trade deal, which was why it was so important that we didn't sign a bad trade deal last year.
Okay, Lana Payne, Unifor National President. Appreciate your time today, Lana. Thanks so much for this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Again, our reaction continues today to what's happening south of the border. The U.S. Supreme Court, at least for right now, in ruling against Donald Trump and his sweeping global tariff order. Now, we are expecting Trump, at least he said it earlier this afternoon, that he's going to sign a new executive order with a 10% tariff going into effect under Section 122. We're exactly determining what that means for Canada and beyond, but we're going to continue with our coverage of this story when we come back. Smith was speaking to reporters a short time ago about her plans for referendums that are going to happen and expected this fall. Let's listen in.
Communities where they live and the public services that they use. Throughout the Alberta Next sessions, in every community, the issues that came up most often concerned immigration, as well as Alberta's fiscal and constitutional role within a united Canada. And the time has come to act on these issues. As I mentioned last night, the changes we're proposing represent a serious departure from the way we do things now. And our government believes we need a democratic mandate to carry them out. That's why we'll be holding a referendum on October 19th, 2026, asking Albertans to weigh in on our immigration system and on reforming the Constitution to strengthen Alberta's position within a united Canada. We will be asking Albertans if they support reducing immigration to sustainable levels, prioritizing economic migrants and Albertans' access to jobs, setting fair rules around who can access provincially funded services, and strengthening the integrity of our provincial elections. This is about fairness for Albertans and safeguarding the long-term sustainability of our public services. The referendum will also ask Albertans if they support working with other provinces to rebalance the Constitution, to strengthen provincial control over courts, to abolish the unelected federal Senate, to give the ability to opt out of federal programs without funding penalties, and get stronger protection for provincial laws. We know these are big questions, and their answers will have a major bearing on Alberta's future. That's why we're announcing the referendum today, when it's being held 8 months from now. We want to ensure that there's enough time to give these issues a fair hearing. We want to give Albertans a chance to consider their answers carefully before casting their ballots. The challenges we're facing have presented us with some tough choices, but as our government prepares to deliver the 2026 budget, it's clear that doing nothing is one of the options not available to us. And while Alberta's future is full of promise, Albertans are counting on us today to protect and strengthen the public services that they rely on. And that's exactly what we intend to do. I look forward to the debate on these critical issues, both in the legislature and in the public square over the next 8 months. And thank you. I'd now like to invite Minister Mickey Amery to share a few more details.
Well, thank you very much, Premier, and good morning to all of you. In the last year, our government has been very clear that we encourage all Albertans to participate directly in our democracy through voting in general elections and through avenues such as citizen initiative petitions. Last year, we amended our democratic process legislation as part of our mandate to strengthen public trust and encourage participation in our democracy. And we refined the process for citizen initiative petitions to make it more effective and more efficient, and remove red tape and the barriers to this important democratic process. Our democracy thrives when people trust the process and that those processes are accessible to people. I'm also proud to be part of this government that has been listening actively to Albertans, as we saw through the Alberta Next town halls this past summer. As the Premier mentioned, this coming fall, Albertans will have a direct say in the future of our province and our economy. This referendum gives Albertans a clear opportunity to express their views and will amplify their voices. It's an opportunity for Albertans to set the direction of our province for years to come. Direction that I have no doubt will ensure that Alberta remains strong and free. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now enter the media Q&A. We'll start off with questions in the room before making our way to the phones. Quite a few people today, so make sure to keep those questions short and sweet. We'll be taking one question, one follow-up, and make sure to state your name and outlet before asking your question. We'll go to our first at the mic.
Hi, Premier. Matt Skase, Globe and Mail. One of your questions in here cites what you call an Alberta-approved immigration status. This is on a referendum question. You announced it last night. What is that, and what would qualify someone to be an Alberta-approved immigrant?
Well, what we're looking at is a model very similar to what Quebec has had since 1991 with their Quebec-Canada Accord, where they have total control over their economic migrants. And so that would put us in a position where we would deliver a work permit. If that person wanted to move on to permanent immigration status, then we would have a provincial nominee program so that they could become a permanent resident. And then the federal government would determine citizenship at a time if that individual wanted to become a citizen. But that we have to make sure that we're involved at the very beginning stages of determining what the market need is, issuing the permits so that we can connect the people who have the jobs with the person who need the jobs with the right skills, and then also creating a pathway to permanent citizenship. And so it would be very much modeled after what we see in Quebec.
Okay. And on another topic, what is your evidence that non-tax-paying immigrants are using health or education system in sweeping numbers, and specifically how much does an immigrant cost to the healthcare system in their first year in the province?
Well, think about this. I mean, let's put aside citizens and permanent residents, because permanent residents have made a commitment to the country. You know that they are going to be here and be a contributing member of the economy year after year after year, and so that's part of the reason why citizens and permanent immigrants have similar status. I've met many permanent immigrants, actually, who at citizenship ceremonies who were permanent for 20 years before they decided to get citizenship. So let's put that aside. Everyone else is temporary. So if you're a temporary foreign worker or a temporary international student, or you're an asylum seeker who is waiting to see whether or not your asylum claim is affirmed, those are all temporary citizens. And so my question is, if you're only coming here on a one-year work permit, why are you bringing your family and expecting taxpayers to pay for that? It's $12,000 for every child who goes into a child care system. It's $12,000 for every child who goes into the K-12 education system. We've already addressed this at the university level because international students have to pay the cost of their university education. But on average, we've got individuals who would cost the healthcare system about $6,000. And so those are just give you some idea of why it is we have to have a different approach, and we're frankly an outlier in this. Ontario, for instance, does not offer healthcare coverage to the families of temporary foreign workers, and the Canada Health Act has no requirement for temporary residents, so that would be one thing I would say. But we're also an outlier. Canada's an outlier compared to the world. If you look at Japan, Australia, the UK, Switzerland, Spain, UAE, all of these countries have different requirements for temporary residents to either pay a fee or provide get private insurance for healthcare. And just to give you an idea, we looked at the numbers of children of temporary residents who are currently in our K-12 education system, and it cost about $500 million last year and $500 million this year. So these are significant numbers, and that's just one program.
So bottom line expense, what's your number for health and education?
It's tough to know. I mean, we'd have to do the figuring out, but I can tell you, we had in 2021, to give you an idea of what a normal number of asylum seekers would be, it was 941. In 2024, it was in 2022, it was 1,995. In 2023, it was 6,050. In 2024, it was 10,050. And in 2025, as of November 30th, it was 7,125. So you can clearly see the trend. And what happens is we have no control over asylum seekers, whether they're approved or not. The federal government has such a convoluted process, it can take years and years before their claim is deemed to be legitimate. And oftentimes, the cost of supporting that falls to provincial governments. So if the federal government has a particular policy, they should be the ones paying for that. If people who are coming here for temporary reasons, then they should make sure that they have proper insurance, just as other provinces do, and just as required internationally. And that, and then we should support those who are permanent residents and Alberta and Canadian citizens, because they're going to be the permanent taxpayers. So I think that we just have to align our policies with the standards that we're seeing internationally.
Shouldn't you have a number
We're going to have to go to the next question. We got
core
6 people here behind you.
Deficit.
Well, look, I can tell you one thing. Again, we don't have an individual. No, we don't track residents and how much they use. All I can give you is averages about what things cost. We were able to see for education, just because we went through for the first time a comprehensive review of what is happening in our classroom. So that's why I was able to give you that number. But I can tell you, when we look at our budget, we have about 225,000 residents who drive about $14 to $16 billion worth of spending. We have a certain number of residents who are very high users of our multitude of social programs. Now, I don't know what the breakdown is between those who are permanent citizens, Canadians, or permanent residents, Canadian citizens, or temporary workers, but we've got to find that out. Part of the reason we're bringing through our new driver's license that would attach to a healthcare number is we discovered we had 500,000 more people with healthcare numbers than we have on paper, the number of residents in Alberta. These are problems, and this is driving costs. And so We're taking measures to make sure that those who are Canadian citizens who came through the permanent immigration process and got their permanent residency are covered first when it comes to the opportunities available in the social programs, and those who are temporary, we're treating them as temporary. That this is what we're proposing. I mean, Albertans may decide that they disagree, but this is what we heard in our Alberta Next panel. It's part of the reason we're putting it to the people, because it is a substantial change in policies, and if we can get some more detailed figures, we will try to, but I can only give you sort of the average cost of what a typical person ends up costing our different social programs when they come to Alberta.
Will you commit to more data?
Thanks, Matt. Let's get to our next question.
Well, if we can get it, for sure we will.
Hi, Premier Mark Valani with CTV Calgary. Some political analysts have called your proposed fee on non-permanent residents a, quote, head tax, and they argue that linking Alberta's budget pressures to immigration risks demonizing newcomers or discriminating against them. How do you respond to those concerns that this framing unfairly targets immigrants rather than addressing broader economic factors?
Well, I think people should look at the reality of what's happening in other jurisdictions. Ontario does not offer health care coverage for families of temporary foreign workers. Canada Health Act has no requirement for temporary residents. There was just a ruling on that, an affirmation on that last week. In Alberta, disability programs, like persons with developmental disabilities, FCHD and H, are already only accessible to permanent residents and citizens. So that is one part of our system that we have only made available to permanent residents and citizens. So this would be an expansion to
Okay, you've been listening to Alberta Premier Danielle Smith taking questions from reporters on a referendum that she announced last night too in Alberta. It's 9 questions that are going to be put to residents too in October, coming up in a number of months from now, mostly on immigration and access to provincially funded services for immigrants into the province, as well as some constitutional questions as well. So we continue to follow that story and have the latest on our website too, in case you've missed it. Also coming up, it came down to the wire again, but Canada is headed back to the gold medal game in men's hockey. We'll have a recap after the break. Stay right here.
A new season of
Men's hockey team pulled off quite the comeback in their semifinal against Finland today. They now advance to a possible showdown with the Americans. We will see the U.S. playing Slovakia in the other semifinal here coming up in about 20 minutes' time. CTV's Beth McDonnell has some of the reaction, too, from fans after that game.
I'm at Cafe Diplomatico on College Street in Toronto, where I've been watching the game with lots of hockey fans, and what a nail-biter this game was, right into the second period when Canada finally got on the board. And then in the third period, when Canada managed to score with just 35 seconds left in the game, the cafe here just erupted. There were hugs, there were cheers, there was lots of clapping. A lot of people had appointments or things to do, and you could see people had their coats on. They were hanging on to the end of that game, and this means so much to fans to see Canada advance to the gold medal match, to see Canadians excel in this way. It really is bringing out the pride for our country, and especially after the women lost the gold medal game yesterday, people are saying it's really great to see the men advance. Beth McDonnell, CTV News.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, as we head to break, we'll have another live look, too, at the United States Supreme Court at the center today, again, causing a lot of stirs after a 6-3 vote sweep. We get votes down Donald Trump's global tariffs. Again, we're going to have the latest on the situation, too, and more reaction after the president spoke earlier this afternoon. Stay with us. You're watching CTV News Channel.
Monday on your morning.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court.
U.S. President Donald Trump slamming the U.S. Supreme Court decision today that struck down some of his global tariffs. A comeback for the ages. The Canadian men's hockey team finds a way to get it done in the semifinals, and they are off to the gold medal game.
Although there are some politicians and commentators that fear direct democracy, such as referendums, I do not.
Alberta's premier talks immigration as her province is set to hold a referendum on that matter and more in the fall. Good afternoon. You're watching CTV News Channel. I'm Matt Scooby. Thanks for being with us on this Friday. We begin with our top story. U.S. President Donald Trump remaining defiant after the U.S. Supreme Court struck down his global tariffs in a ruling today in a big political and economic blow to the president. Now, despite the ruling, most tariffs will remain in place for Canada, including the sectoral tariffs on steel and aluminum, along with cars and lumber. Trump calling the Supreme Court's decision today, quote, a disgrace, and is promising even stronger measures. He also called out Canada specifically in part of his speech this afternoon.
Car plants coming in from Canada who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position, the position I have as President of the United States, had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff.
So the decision today ends the IEEPA tariffs, which are related to the fentanyl-related duties that were placed on Canada. But now Trump says he's going to use a different tool to bring in a 10% global tariff, but that can only stay in place for 150 days unless it gets congressional approval to again be extended. Trump has specifically targeted Canada with some threats, including to introduce a 100% tariff if Ottawa strikes a trade deal with China, as well as a 50% tariff on Canadian aircraft until American-made Gulfstreams are certified in this country. Neither of those threats, though, have materialized. Now, the Democrats have responded to the ruling as well. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer posting on social media, quote, a victory for the wallets of every American consumer. Trump's illegal tariff tax just collapsed. He tried to govern by decree and stuck families with the bill. Enough chaos, end the trade war. Now, there's also been plenty of reaction, including from Canada's Minister of International Trade, who says that the federal government's position on these tariffs have not changed.
The U.S. is our #1 trading partner. We need to continue working with the U.S., and Minister LeBlanc is leading those conversations. What we said from the very beginning is these tariffs are unjust, and that position has not changed. We still have the best trading arrangement of any country in the world, and we'll continue to work with the Americans on that. But at the same time, my job as the Minister of International Trade is to look beyond North America.
Okay, let's get some more analysis, shall we? With me is Rini Rashid, international trade loader at McMillan LLP. Rini, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I have a number of questions for you. First of all, let me talk about, for viewers that don't understand, sectoral 122 and section 122. This is the trade war, right, for the Trade Act of 1974. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But
that is right.
So in particular, what could that mean for Canada? We're still awaiting some details from the Canadian government, but could those tariffs also be that 10% be applied on top of the 232 tariffs that are already applied in Canada?
So I think the main takeaway here is until you have all of the details, you can't comment on how this will impact Canadian businesses, right? So Canadian companies that are also acting as importers in the U.S. And of course, you know, we have a very integrated supply chain. We've heard a lot of discussion about how goods that benefit from the rules of origin under CUSMA, you know, have been carved out from certain tariffs, but of course other tariffs still apply. So we have to adopt a wait and see approach with the Section 122 tariffs. And of course, you know, we can't rule out any other tariff powers that the president, that the U.S. administration has to basically, you know, go back to the toolbox and see what they can leverage.
Right. And clearly, you know, on the same day that we get this decision, Donald Trump already, as you mentioned, going into that toolbox, I think was maybe a little bit unexpected that we would see that so quickly, to sign an executive order. For viewers to maybe just, you know, in as layman's terms as possible, break down a few more of those avenues that the president could go to in regards to imposing other tariffs.
So, you know, there's, you have Section 122, of course, you've got Section 338, And that's a separate power. So that's Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930. So these are tariffs to address discrimination against the U.S. I'm sure there will be a lot of commentary about the various toolboxes, the other arrows in the quiver, but primarily, what you have to note is there's still a lot of uncertainty. And so everything that we comment on now potentially also could accelerate certain responses from the administration.
There's so much more uncertainty now, it feels like, clearly, and from the U.S. administration. But these other avenues, too, you mentioned 338, I know 301 investigations that we've talked about, too, from the Department of Commerce as well, some of the investigations. A lot of those, though, will take more time, right? And Canadian businesses might have a little bit more time if and when they do end up being applied?
So it will take a little bit longer. That is true. But of course, we're also leading into the CUSMA reviews, right? So there are a lot of different pieces that are currently at play. So while you might have some breathing room right now, there's also a ramp up before we go into those CUSMA reviews and the renegotiation. And right now, a lot of industry focus is going to be on that and how we can maintain the close trading relationship with the U.S. that continues to benefit Canadian industry.
I want to get
and our U.S. trading partners, right?
Yeah, of course, exactly. And again, everyone is affected by this, and I think still trying to figure this out. Give me your thoughts, too, on the possibility of whether it's U.S. businesses or Canadian ones, too, and the refunds. In particular, there's $175 billion, around that's been collected, at least at this point, under this. Donald Trump, wouldn't comment it, saying, it certainly sounded like the president wants to litigate that in court. The Supreme Court did not make a mention of it either. So where does that stand, at least at this point, in regards to what might happen for those tariffs?
So there has to be guidance that's released on how CBP addresses those tariffs, those tariff refunds, and you're going to have to be the importer, right? And there's been some discussion as well about whether those tariffs, some of those costs have already been passed down to U.S. customers or to other businesses in the supply chain. And it's going to be a really interesting issue to follow. And you're absolutely correct. This is going to be litigated.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate your insight. Apologize if I put you too much on the spot, Rini, but
Not at all.
Try to get some answers for everyone on what it means. But Rini Rashid, international trade lawyer at Macmillan LLP. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks again, Matt.
Well, the lead plaintiff in the case says he wants his money back with interest after the Supreme Court killed Donald Trump's tariffs today.
It's not political. It's about taxes, and they owe us money. I expect the government to give me my money back with interest. And as soon as they do, we'll start spending it.
Rick Woltenberg is the CEO of educational toy companies Learning Resources and Hand to Mind. Along with other importers, as we're just talking about, the companies could be entitled to a share of billions of dollars in refunds. But the Supreme Court did not decide when or how that might happen. 26 for Canadians as well. A couple of more medals along with that big win in men's hockey. Let's bring in CTV Scott Hurst, who is live in our national newsroom for us. So, Scott, another medal to put on the board for Canada.
Another bronze medal adding to our medal haul right now. Another one on this day, a bronze medal in men's free ski halfpipe. Brandon McKay, the 28-year-old from Calgary, Alberta, he needed a big score in his third and final run, and that is exactly what he got from the judges, a 91 even, enough to put him in a third, a bronze medal for the 28-year-old in his second Olympic Winter Games 4 years ago in Beijing. He qualified for the ski halfpipe, but finished off the podium in 9th place in Beijing. He was the last skier to drop in, so when his score came on the board, it was a celebration, it was a party. hockey. Another bronze medal for Team Canada. Bronze for Brendan McKay in men's free ski halfpipe. That adds to our bronze earlier today in speed skating. Valerie Malte with another trip to the podium. The 35-year-old from Quebec in her 5th Olympic Winter Games, getting her 3rd medal at Milano Cortina. She had already won gold at these Olympic Games as part of the women's team pursuit alongside teammates Ivani Blondin and Isabel Weideman, and a bronze in the 3,000 meter, and earlier today a bronze in the 1,500 meter to give Canada another medal and to give herself another medal for her ever-growing trophy collection. Also, of course, Matt, men's hockey still alive, and the dream of playing in that gold medal game is now a reality for Team Canada as they punch their ticket to the gold medal game, which will take place early Sunday morning, just after 8 a.m. Eastern for the gold medal game, as Team Canada is now waiting to find out who they will play in that matchup. They beat the team from Finland 3-2, as it was a nail-biter for much of this game, and Canada needed to come back from a 2-0 deficit, scoring 3 unanswered goals to win this game in regulation, now waiting to find out if they'll play either the United States or Slovakia. That other semifinal game, Matt, happening just a bit later this afternoon.
There has been so much happening this week, Scott. A couple more medals today, and you mentioned that huge win for hockey. It's great stuff. CTV's Scott Hurst live for us this afternoon. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Matt.
We're going to take a short break, too, at least for now. So that's the update on the Olympic story. We're going to have more in our top story on the U.S. Supreme Court. Again, mostly it's saying that Donald Trump's global sweeping tariffs are unlawful. Plenty more reaction to come. Stay with us.
Symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States.
That's a frustrated U.S. President Donald Trump reacting to a decision by the U.S. Supreme Court today that rejects his global tariffs. And Trump calls the ruling, quote, deeply disappointing, adding that he's ashamed of certain members of the court. We spoke to a trade lawyer here in this country about the impact of that decision earlier today before Trump spoke to the media. Want to bring in Lachlan Wolfers, national leader for KPMG Law, into this conversation. Lachlan, listen, thanks for being here. We're learning more about this, but give me your first reaction to hearing that Donald Trump's tariffs were voted, and at least, again, from the Supreme Court today, said that they're illegal, I guess is the best way of putting it right now.
That's exactly right, Matt, and great to be with you. My immediate reaction is, if the 2nd of April 2025 was marked by the imposition of Liberation Day tariffs, then today marks Judgment Day. And Judgment Day in which President Trump's use of the IEEPA tariffs, that's the emergency power tariffs, have been ruled to be unlawful by the US Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision, in which the court has effectively said that the power to regulate importation does not extend to the power to impose tariffs, and in fact, that power rests with the United States Congress.
And so, and again, I just want to be clear, too, for our viewers and what this means, because there's a couple of different sets of tariffs, right? Everything that was under CUSMA and all of that again, remained, was not affected by tariffs. They couldn't be at least slapped onto them. But there's the IEEPA tariffs, and then there's the Section 232. So can you just explain for viewers the difference between that? Because I'm sure for the average Canadian, it can be very jumbled.
So look, as a starting point, trade should be boring. It should be something that's frictionless, that is not front page news, because what businesses want is certainty around this. And I think what we're going to see arising from today's decision is a period of uncertainty again. So let me unscramble that for your viewers. So very simply, the IEEPA tariffs, they're the ones that are found to be illegal. They were the imposition of tariffs on Canada in response to the perceived fentanyl crisis. They were also imposed on countries like Mexico and China as well, amongst others. The separate tariffs since that time that the US administration has been focused on is the sectoral tariffs. They're the tariffs on auto, steel, aluminum, and lumber products in particular. They are unaffected by this decision. So in essence, those tariffs are likely to continue. The big question that we've got in light of this decision is, will the US administration now seek to reimpose some of those tariffs that have been ruled illegal today under different powers? So in essence, the Supreme Court noted that the use of the IEEPA power in this particular way had been untried and untested for nearly half a century. But there are other powers. So in particular, it would not surprise me in the days ahead whether the US seeks to impose tariffs under an alternative power that exists where they can impose tariffs of up to 15% for 150 days. That would be the immediate next step that I would anticipate out of the US administration. And then before the expiration of that 150 days, the US administration could seek to impose new forms of sectoral tariffs, or alternatively, they could rely on other tariff powers, trade powers that exist, like Section 301, which deals with unfair trade practices, which again does impose a requirement to get reports from the US Trade Representative and Commerce Department reports. So not as easy a pathway, but certainly there are alternative pathways ahead. But let's unpack, if we can, what this means for Canadian businesses today. So the first thing I'd say is that as of now, estimates are that the US has collected something like $142 billion of tariffs under this power that's been ruled illegal. Unraveling that and securing refunds is going to be messy, but that's certainly going to be a key issue that Canadian businesses are going to be focused on. The next question is what this means for the CUSMA negotiations that are coming up middle of this year. Mm-hmm. And this is the one that makes me a little bit nervous. So President Trump is very famous himself for saying, things like, when I've been, backed into a corner, when I've been hit, I hit back 10 times harder. And my fear a little bit here is that CUSMA could provide the impetus by which the US administration seeks to hit back. Recent comments suggest that he's trying to separate the negotiations between Canada and Mexico and have separate agreements. What this means for Canada, I think, is probably just as uncertain today as it was the day before.
Okay, so a lot to unpack there, Lachlan, which is it's a ton of great information. Let me just go back to those other avenues by which the administration might try to, again, impose other tariffs. A lot of those measures would now have to include Congress approval, would it not?
So some require congressional approval and some require reports from the US Trade Representative and the Commerce Department. So it slows them down. It doesn't necessarily prevent them. What we also saw last week is the US House of Representatives effectively voted against the imposition of tariffs on Canada, which suggests that getting congressional approval to reimpose tariffs on Canada could be difficult for the US administration. But there are alternative powers that can be used here without getting congressional approval.
Okay, that's good information. Let me talk to you and let me follow up on some of the businesses too for Canada. We really don't know yet, and it wasn't, at least to my knowledge, in the ruling from the Supreme Court in the U.S. about trying to recoup some of those losses from tariffs. So what's the avenue for Canadian businesses to possibly go that route, or does there have to be a separate ruling from another court in order to go down that path?
So firstly, it wouldn't surprise me, just like the continuation of the Terminator theme, we're probably going to see a sequel on this, right? Where you are going to see disputes around refunds, but you don't necessarily need to go through a court process. There is an established process by which businesses can get refunds. The question is the extent to which the US administration slowballs that process versus facilitates that process. I would expect there'll be a special committee set up around how that process will be administered and managed in the days and weeks ahead. Because let's face it, the prospect of this decision occurring has been on the cards now for several months. So you would imagine the US administration has put in place measures already to contemplate how this is going to be managed. But refunds are able to be secured by businesses. I think the real question that comes up here, Matt, is it's not just the question of a refund for the person who imported the product into the United States, but also how that flows through the supply chain to retailers and ultimately to end consumers. That led one of the US Supreme Court justices to describe this refund process that's about to occur as, quote, a mess. And I think that's probably an accurate description of the situation. It will be messy, but there are refunds available. I think the real question is how quickly the US administration will facilitate that process.
Right. And again, by all means, and from what we know at this point, it doesn't feel like it's going to be expedited, at least at this point. So lots of great information. Really appreciate your time today. Lachlan Wolfers, National Leader with KPMG Law. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
immigration and constitutional questions this fall. CTV's Kamal Karamali explains what's on the question box for Albertans. Kamal.
This referendum is slated for October 19th, and Alberta Premier Danielle Smith highlighting what will be on that referendum, the questions that will be asked, 9 of them in a 13-minute televised address to the province. So the 9 questions that will be asked, 5 of them are focused on immigration and access to provincially funded programs and services, including whether Alberta should take more control over immigration levels, restrict eligibility for some social programs, and potentially charge fees to certain non-permanent residents accessing healthcare and education. So one of the questions asks Albertans if non-permanent residents should be charged a quote, reasonable fee to access health and education systems. Another one asks for approval to cut off newcomers from social services if they don't fall under Alberta-approved immigration status. The question, though, doesn't really define what that status means. And other questions delve into the Constitution, asking whether Alberta should open negotiations with the rest of Canada to abolish the Senate and to give provinces the power to appoint Superior Court judges. Smith also linked projected budget deficits to falling oil prices and what she called, quote, out-of-control immigration. What we've also heard from her is that Alberta's population has grown by nearly 600,000 people in 5 years, which is adding, she says, to the strains on hospitals and other public services like schools as well. We are expected to hear from Danielle Smith on an announcement at 11:30 Mountain Time. That's 1:30 Eastern Time as well. We've also heard from Deputy Leader Raki Pancholi, who accused the government of using immigration as a political distraction ahead of what is expected to be a multi-billion-dollar deficit. Kamal Karamali, CTV News, Toronto.
Well, as we head to break, a live look at the United States. We continue of our breaking news coverage south of the border, where U.S. President Donald Trump remains defiant after the U.S. Supreme Court struck down his global tariffs today in a big political and economic blow to the president. Now, despite the ruling, most tariffs will remain in place for Canada, including the sectoral tariffs under 232 on steel and aluminum, cars and lumber. Now, Trump is calling the decision a disgrace and is promising even stronger measures. He also called out Canada specifically today when he spoke this afternoon.
Car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place, because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as President of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff.
Now, the decision ends the fentanyl-related duties that were placed on Canada, but now Trump says that he's going to use a different tool to bring in a 10% global tariff. Now, that can only stay in place for 150 days unless it gets congressional approval. Here's a reaction from the Democrats to the news today.
Donald Trump's speech is just like his tariffs: erratic, disorganized, based on fiction. He just does not understand what Americans are going through. Congress has the ultimate authority to impose these tariffs. I am urging, for the sake of American families, pleading with my Republican colleagues to buck Donald Trump and not allow him to impose these tariffs on the American people.
Now, Canada's Minister of International Trade says that the federal government's position on these tariffs has not changed.
The U.S. is our #1 trading partner. We need to continue working with the U.S., and Minister LeBlanc is leading those conversations. What we said from the very beginning is these tariffs are unjust, and that position has not changed. We still have the best trading arrangement of any country in the world, and we'll continue to work with the Americans on that. But at the same time, my job as the Minister of International Trade is to look beyond North America.
Let's bring in CTV's Jeremy Sherrill, who is live in our Ottawa Bureau for us with the latest on this. Jeremy, again, any updates yet? I know we're awaiting some more clarification, either from the White House to the Prime Minister's office, about what that 10% additional tariff is going to mean for Canada.
Yeah, not completely clear still at this point. As you said, waiting for clarification either from, this side of the border and the federal government, or the other side of the border. We've reached out to the White House as well. There is more reaction, though, continued reaction, including from Minister Dominic LeBlanc, who was just referenced there by Minister Sidhu, who is the minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade specifically. Minister LeBlanc taking to social media to say, in part, the United States Supreme Court's decision reinforces Canada's position that the IEEPA tariffs imposed by the United States are unjustified. Goes on to say, while Canada has the best trade deal with the United States of any trading partner, we recognize that the critical work lies ahead to support Canadian businesses and workers who remain affected by the Section 232 tariffs on steel, aluminum, and automotive sectors. Important to clarify, those are not affected today by the Supreme Court's ruling. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, official opposition leader, also taking to social media, reacting to the news by the Supreme Court today. He also is celebrating the decision by the U.S. Supreme Court to strike down these tariffs. He says the U.S. Supreme Court ruling striking down unjustified IEEPA tariffs is a step in the right direction. Goes on to say that, unfortunately, tariffs on Canada steel, aluminum, lumber, autos, and other products remain despite the ruling and continue to inflict real damage on Canadian workers and industries. Premier Doug Ford here in Ontario also wanted to react today. Of course, the auto sector has been hit hard by those Section 232 tariffs that, again, remain after today, despite the Supreme Court ruling that was only on the IEEPA tariffs. Ford says in part today in his comment, today's U.S. Supreme Court decision is another important victory in the fight against President Trump's tariffs, but the battle isn't over yet. We need to watch how the White House reacts. We need to keep up the fight against tariffs on auto, steel, aluminum, and forestry, which remain in place and continue to hurt our workers. Of course, that comment coming before U.S. President Donald Trump's reaction, which we now are aware of, Matt, but this has maybe not offered that much more clarity, other than the fact we know the 35% tariffs on non-CUSMA compliant goods and the 10% tariffs on energy products that were imposed under IEEPA are no longer. They've been struck down by the Supreme Court. But as we heard from U.S. President Donald Trump today, he is signing an executive order to impose new global tariffs of 10% under Section 122. The big question here, Matt, is under this new Section 122, the president is restricted in his ability to impose tariffs. There is a limit of 15% on the tariffs he is able to impose. And beyond 150 days, he would need to seek congressional approval to keep those tariffs in place. So remains to be seen exactly how he is going to roll out these new tariffs under different legal authorities. But what we've seen today is a president who seems committed still to a path forward that includes tariffs. Just maybe not clear exactly what those tariffs are going to look like long term, at least for countries like Canada and others around the globe that are reacting and trying to make sense of what has unfolded today.
Yeah, certainly interesting. Jeremy, just some context too for CUSMA renegotiations and the review that's coming to. It's going to be interesting to see because people are, it sounds like, falling on both sides about whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for what it could mean at the negotiating table.
Yeah, I mean, it depends who you ask, right? Some believe this could help Canada's case. Others believe, maybe it hurts Canada's case. Trump turns today to a different set of legal levers that he has to impose tariffs. He went on and on today about how he believes this court ruling has actually just solidified his ability to impose tariffs, again, under different legal means. Perhaps part of what he is referencing is the fact that these tariffs, the original tariffs that were imposed under IEEPA, were always contested. Some had always questioned whether or not they could be implied and imposed the way that they were, and then tested at every judiciary level before being struck down by the Supreme Court. Versus these new sets of tariffs are a little bit more proven. They are a little more complicated in the sense that, as we've talked about, after 150 days, the president would have to seek congressional approval to keep them in place. There are different things that he has to do to make these measures work, but they are more legally proven, have already stood the test of the judicial system in some ways. So, does that hurt negotiations in some ways because the president now feels that he has, his tariffs are a certain thing and there is no more, looming legal battle over them? Or, does the ensuing pressure on him and his administration by Republicans in the House of Representatives, by, judges at the Supreme Court now, does all that pressure, impact the administration's path forward? And does that in turn help Canada in negotiations? So to your point, there are different ways to look at this, and depending on who you ask, this is either a good or a bad thing when it comes specifically to CUSMA renegotiations.
Yeah, certainly. Again, we're still unpacking all of this and how it is actually going to affect Canada and other countries. But CTV's Jeremy Sherrill live for us in Ottawa. Thanks, Jeremy, for this. Appreciate it.
Of course, anytime, Matt.
I want to pick up, too, on what Jeremy was just talking about. We're going to break down some of what was actually in that ruling. So as part of the court's decision, U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts wrote the following for the majority. Quote, "The president asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of unlimited amount, duration, and scope. In light of the breadth, history, and constitutional context of that asserted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it. The fact that no president has ever found such power in IEEPA is strong evidence that it does not exist." Now, Brett Kavanaugh was one of three Supreme Court justices who dissented in this decision. He writes in part, quote, "The tariffs at issue here may or may not be wise policy, but as a matter of text, history, and precedent, they are clearly lawful." want to bring in Wendy Wagner now, who's the head of international trade at Gowling WLG. Wendy, thank you for being here. You know, I want to get into that maybe a little bit more and pick up on some of the points that Jeremy had mentioned as well. But we hear from the justices in particular, and that no president had gone down this path of IEPA before. And clearly it was a clear majority, at least at this point, ruling against U.S. President Donald Trump. From a legal perspective, again, it was maybe expected a little bit. What's your reaction to what the justices had to say in their actual ruling today?
I mean, it's certainly a welcome decision because I think in essence it puts some constitutional guardrails back around U.S. trade policy, which of course is very important for Canada. We depend on the rule of law to govern our trading relationship. And I think, you know, that was one of the more concerning aspects of the use of the power under IEPA.
So the president has quickly shifted to some of those other, to some of the other things that he can do, some of these other avenues that he can put onto tariffs. What do you make of him quickly on the same day that we heard from the Supreme Court, immediately going to Section 122 to possibly have another global 10% tariff slapped on, again, right across the board?
I don't think that was unexpected. Most commentators and trade policy experts who were following the case itself and what was happening with respect to tariffs did anticipate that would be the case. I think, the difference here is that there are still executive powers to impose tariffs. Those still remain. But they are under more established and more predictable frameworks, which I think is something that is helpful from a trade perspective.
Yeah, and just can you expand on that too, especially for Canadian businesses and otherwise, right? That process and those processes under those other sections might be a little bit slower. They might get a little bit more leeway when it comes to the timing that it would take, for them to possibly react to it, even though ultimately some of those tariffs still might be additional.
That's right. I mean, if you look at the Section 232 process, which is the one under which steel, aluminum, lumber, copper, and automobile tariffs have been imposed, of course, it's still exceptionally damaging to our economy and very difficult for those sectors and for the economy as a whole. But what the difference is that there is an investigatory process that needs to be undertaken, and that's a process that takes some time. So at least there's an ability to plan, anticipate, it's beneficial from that perspective and participate in the process. It's similar under Section 301, which is the provision under which Chinese semiconductors are being investigated. And under Section 122, which President Trump mentioned today, there is that limitation from a time period perspective, as well as the magnitude of the duties. So, all of those are different in character from what was done under IEPA, though still, certainly problematic.
Just from my knowledge, and I'm sure for viewers too as well, those investigations that would happen from the U.S. administration, from the Department of Commerce, would they ever come up with a reason, and would they ever find that, there is actually no impetus for us to be able to put tariffs on this, or would they likely ultimately always side with the president in a situation like this?
I mean, it's a process and it's a legal process, so it doesn't have a predetermined outcome in the same way as an executive order. So, certainly the outcome can be different and is not predetermined within that context.
Okay, Wendy Wagner, head of international trade at Gowling WLG. Appreciate your time today, Wendy. Thanks so much for this.
Thanks so much for having me.
Want to take a live look now to Vancouver. The And remaining defiant after the U.S. Supreme Court struck down his global tariffs earlier today in a big political and economic blow to the president. Now, despite the ruling, most tariffs remain in place for Canada. The Sector 232 tariffs we've been talking about for the afternoon, those are the ones on steel, aluminum, cars, and lumber in Canada. Now, Trump is calling the decision, quote, a disgrace, and is promising even stronger measures. So at least at this point, we're going to get more reaction. Let's go out to British Columbia, where Premier David Eby is speaking and reacting to the tariff decision today. Let's listen in.
Before we're able to finish this challenge that's in front of us. First of all, for those of you that are not following my analogy, we learned this morning, of course, that the Supreme Court of the United States overturned the tariffs that had been put in place by the President of the United States. This is a very important decision on a couple of levels for Canadians and for British Columbians. First, Canadians knew, British Columbians knew, people around the world knew that this process was wrong, that it should not be happening. They're not consistent with the role of the United States as a jurisdiction of predictability and respect for law and order in international relationships. And those of you who felt that way, you were right. And you were right to feel that way, and the Supreme Court of the United States has confirmed that. So this is an important decision, even just to restore some of our confidence in one of our closest friends and allies and trading partners here in Canada. And the decision of the Supreme Court underlines why we have had confidence in the U.S. over the years. The message that was sent by the court's decision and a recent vote of the House of Representatives of the United States to condemn the tariffs that have been imposed on Canada are two important signals to us. Here in British Columbia and parts of British Columbia, there are signs of spring, that there may be a thawing in some of this challenge that we've faced, and the willingness of those that hold the checks and the balances of power in the United States to stand up for the relationship that we have valued over the years with the United States. So I am grateful for the companies that brought forward this challenge in the Supreme Court of the United States. I'm grateful to those Republicans in the House that crossed over to vote to condemn the tariffs on Canada. And I want to recognize, though, for BC businesses particularly, that today's decision will have limited, meaningful impact in terms of the challenges that they're facing. The tariffs that were imposed by the President on Canada and British Columbia, there's two kinds. The tariffs that were struck down today, but also national security tariffs. And it's the national security tariffs that are impacting our lumber and our manufactured wood products like cabinets and countertops, as well as aluminum that's produced up in Kitimat. Those tariffs were not struck down today. But this court decision does open the door to a potential challenge related to the softwood national security tariffs. Now, I don't think anybody at home thinks that countertops and kitchen cabinets are a national security threat to the United States. And in the court decision today, the Supreme Court of the United States said very clearly that they would read carefully the authorities that are given to the President and to Congress in determining whether or not tariffs are justified. And that careful reading, in my opinion, would not find that BC wood products are a national security threat to the United States. The softwood lumber duties are significant. The additional 10% of the tariff has been quite devastating for the softwood sector. The 25% tariff on cabinet makers, countertop makers. I met a guy whose business is selling very high-end cabinets to people who live in Hawaii, made out of BC wood, facing a 25% tariff. This is a potential avenue that is opened up to us for a challenge. The second piece of significance for British Columbia and Canada, in my opinion, is the influence that this has on the discussion around the free trade agreement with the United States. It's our hope, that's my hope, that this decision creates a shared understanding about the president's authorities, about the importance of this free trade agreement, and enables us to be able to have a realistic conversation about how we can engage in a trade relationship that has benefited both Americans and Canadians for so long. And one last piece that I would like to address is just the impact of tariffs on Canadians has been significant. But if you look at who is lining up to seek refunds of tariffs, who paid tariffs, who brought this litigation, it's American companies. We have been clear about the impact on BC businesses for sure. But the real impact of tariffs in terms of higher prices, in terms of lost jobs in the manufacturing sector, in terms of the struggles with affordability in the United States, the real impact of tariffs has landed significantly on Americans. It is American companies that are seeking refunds. To the extent that Canadian companies, BC companies have subsidiaries in the U.S., they need assistance trying to recover those tariffs that they've paid. We will help BC companies connect with the law firms in the U.S. That are doing that work to recover those tariffs. But for the most part, those were American companies, and it reflects why our trade agreement with the U.S. has benefited Americans with low cost, with high quality goods and jobs on both sides of the border. So we hope that this decision also assists Americans in understanding how it is that will benefit. When U.S. companies are celebrating that the tariffs are gone, that should be a message about where the impact has landed in the United States. I'm joined today by the Minister of Jobs, Ravi Kahlon. We're here to take any questions that you may have about the impacts of the decision or otherwise, and would be glad to hear those questions now.
Thank you, Premier. As a reminder for media on the phone, please press *1 to enter the queue. That's *1 to ask a question. We're going to start with questions in the room today with Aaron MacArthur, Global News.
Hi, Premier. Softwood lumber, as you rightly say, is not affected by this decision. Successive administrations have continually upheld the anti-dumping tariffs into the United States. What gives the industry any cause for optimism that that trade relations with the United States will be thawing, as you say, the signs of spring?
So this is softwood lumber and the tariffs on softwood lumber out of BC, New Brunswick, Quebec, Ontario is a challenging one because there are multiple different kinds of tariffs. There's the duties that people have been hearing about for a generation that have been imposed on Canadian softwood going across the border. Then there was a new tariff, a national security tariff that was imposed by the president. This is the one that I think today's decision opens up the possibility of a judicial challenge of. We'll be studying this decision, working with our American legal team and determining with the federal government how we can best move forward with that. And then there's another set of national security duties. In this case, it was 25% on cabinets, tabletops, countertops that are made from wood in Canada. And that is also a national security tariff. So the tariffs are multiple. They are confusing, they are chaotic, they have destroyed a lot of business certainty in the United States, but most importantly, they've driven up prices for American consumers, and some of those tariffs are, in my opinion, as a result of this decision today, potentially open for challenge, and courts seem willing now to review the president's decisions in these areas.
I have a follow-up off-topic for a colleague. A company in BC called Fair Price Pharma that could produce nasal naloxone here far cheaper than we could buying it from the United States. Has the government had any support for Fair Price Pharma? Could the government offer support for this company?
Yeah, you know, one of the big pushes that came out of the really tragic death of a University of Victoria student who had incredible promise and as a result of a misadventure died of an overdose in a residence room at the University of Victoria. Her family, one of their key pushes was just about the challenge of administering the drug that reverses overdoses through a syringe or another mechanism is just so difficult that if nasal naloxone had been available, that their daughter said he might still be alive. And we took that advice very seriously and rolled out increased availability of nasal naloxone across the province. It is significantly more expensive. We would love the opportunity. We are certainly looking for opportunities to buy Canadian wherever we can, as well as to control costs while delivering high-quality services for British Columbians. So if there's a Canadian company that's cheaper that can make this product available for British Columbians and save lives, I'm certainly happy to explore that.
For our next question, we're going to go to the phones. Wolf Deppner, Canadian Press. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Premier Minister. Thank you for taking my question. Since the announcement this morning, President Trump has imposed a 10% global tariff over and above existing tariffs. What is your reaction to that, and how does it sort of line up with the Supreme Court decision? I guess sort of the question I'm driving at is how much reason is there to celebrate, given that the Trump administration has already taken countermeasures, so to speak? Thank you.
Well, I mean, this is the imposing of another 10% tariff literally the same day that the Supreme Court of the United States said that these tariffs were illegitimate and invalid is an example of the kind of chaos and disruption that we're seeing in terms of business relationships in the United States right now, and is obviously deeply concerning. But at the same time, I take some heart in the fact that the Supreme Court was willing to draw a line around the president's authority, was willing to follow the law, and particularly in relation to the challenges we face around the national security tariff on softwood lumber, that this may be an avenue available to us to pursue. It will be a long back and forth, I have no doubt, between the president and the Supreme Court, but certainly to see the House vote, to see the decision of the Supreme Court, and to know that that midterm elections are coming, and this will probably be a topic of discussion during those elections. I am hopeful that we are moving in the right direction after a period of time when it felt like maybe what we saw as wrong and improper and disrespectful to our special relationship with the United States, that wasn't being seen. I feel like we're starting to be seen on this.
Wolf, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. Thank you for that answer. Premier, you mentioned earlier that your government is looking to connect affected businesses in British Columbia with American counterparts. But I also heard you correctly that your government is going to talk to your legal representatives in the United States regarding this ruling. Can you sort of elaborate what exactly you might have in mind?
Thanks. Yeah, when this threat started, obviously one of the initial thoughts we had was the potential of using the U.S. courts and participating in the U.S. courts in actions that were already underway to overturn tariffs, much as happened today. We retained a firm in the United States to be able to advise us on these things, to keep us up to date on different challenges that were happening, so that we could either find an opportunity or at least know what was coming to be able to respond as a province. This is pretty squarely federal responsibility, federal government of Canada with the United States government. However, there are opportunities for us to work with affected companies, and we want to know what the options are that are available. On an initial review of this decision, I think it opens up the possibility for us to challenge, or for others to challenge, the softwood lumber national security tariff that we've been facing. But obviously it's early days, but certainly if that's available to us, we will pursue it. We will do what is necessary to defend our softwood lumber industry here in the province.
Our next question is Katie DeRosa, CBC. Please go ahead.
Premier, I'd like to ask about extortion. Yesterday, Prime Minister Mark Carney was in Surrey to talk about the changes to FinTrack and trying to track the money to catch people committing extortion. But I'd just like to get your reaction to why it took so long. If obviously there's knowledge that extortion is a financial crime. So was this something you were pushing for the federal government, and what's your reaction on the timing?
You'll know, many British Columbians will know that we've been pushing the federal government for a long time to improve FinTrack, to improve anti-money laundering authorities that they have at the federal level. We obviously here in the province have been pursuing that for a while. There were some significant changes in federal law that were brought forward around this. And I'm heartened that they're starting to manifest in terms of tools that law enforcement can actually use to trace money, be able to find the people who are committing crimes. Without a doubt, it took way too long to get the response from the federal government that we wanted on this. But I have to say, I would say in the last couple of years, the federal government has been moving forward on this and moving to address this issue. And we're going to follow in behind them, adding tools and responses that we can use to take away the proceeds of crime, the reasons why people commit these crimes, the cars, the homes, the money, and make sure that that is used to support crime-fighting efforts here in the province. So we want to keep going. We're glad to see them show up, glad to see the finance minister show up to do this. Every tool available should be used to chase down the people who are participating in extortion, and those who think that's a good idea to participate should know that we are, in partnership with the federal government, doing everything possible to find you and arrest you.
Katie, do you have a follow-up?
And Premier, there's also been criticism of following the budget of some of the measures that will impact seniors, such as the property tax deferral, the delaying of 7 long-term care homes, even the increasing PST on.
Okay, you've been listening to Premier David Eby speaking about, again, a couple of other questions there related to extortion, but also speaking to mainly reaction to the U.S. Supreme Court's decision that came down earlier today that found Donald Trump's sweeping global tariffs unlawful. A couple of quotes from the Premier too. The process was wrong, and hoping that this decision will restore some confidence in one of Canada's strongest allies when it comes to our trading partnership, and that hopefully that there's a shared understanding about the importance of the relationship heading into those CUSMA reviews that are currently underway, but certainly again as we push forward to the summer. And interesting to note too on softwood lumber in particular that if this decision might open up the possibility to challenge some of these softwood lumber tariffs that are currently in place right now. So again, that's the latest from Premier David Eby. If you're just joining us too, want to recap our top story today. U.S. President Donald Trump remaining defiant after the U.S. Supreme Court struck down his global tariffs in a political and economic blow to the president. Now, despite the ruling, most tariffs are going to remain in place for Canada for now, especially those on steel, aluminum, cars, and lumber. Now, Trump is calling the decision a disgrace and is promising even stronger measures.
When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long.
Now, there's been plenty of reaction to that decision and also what Donald Trump eventually and ultimately had to say after this. Let's have a look at some of the reaction on this side of the border. Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc saying on social media that the decision reinforces that the tariffs are unjustified, but says critical work lies ahead to support businesses and workers affected by steel, aluminum, and auto tariffs. Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, which has been hit hard by Trump's auto tariffs in particular, calling the Supreme Court's decision an important victory, but adds that the fight against remaining tariffs must continue. And federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says the ruling is a step in the right direction, but is calling on Canada to do what it can to focus on what it can control, saying, quote, our mission must be an affordable, safe, and self-reliant Canada. As always, Conservatives stand ready to work with the government. So that's a sample of some of the reaction here. Joining me now for more is James Blanchard, former U.S. Ambassador to Canada. Mr. Ambassador, really appreciate you joining us today. I want to get your overall assessment. This decision, it was what we were mostly expecting, I think, initially, too. But what was your reaction when we finally heard from the Supreme Court today?
Well, I wasn't surprised. I think most lawyers here in the United States, probably Canada, expected the court would do what it did. I'm just relieved because the court has appeared to bend over backwards to support Mr. Trump on so many things, making him immune from criminal prosecution, which is contrary to what's going on in the United Kingdom, I might add. So we're relieved that they did what we thought they would do under the law. No president has ever invoked what they call the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. No one has done that. It wasn't justified. So it's good for our trading partners. It's good for Canada. It's good for my state of Michigan. Congress really has the power to do tariffs, and he has bypassed Congress. And so I think maybe the Republican majority will wake up and say, if we want tariffs, then it needs to be done in an orderly fashion, on a rational basis, taking into account our own best interests. I will say, with Canada, it's interesting. The U.S. has a trade surplus with merchandise, manufacturing, agriculture, autos. The only thing we don't have a surplus in is energy, and we need that energy. So for the president to suggest that Canada is ripping us off when we actually have a positive balance and we need the energy is really puts him in an alternate universe that's really not reality. And it's like saying, this is the other thing, that we need to drop the steel and aluminum tariffs on Canada. We have an integrated steel and aluminum industry. In fact, until recently, the head of the United Steelworkers was a Canadian. I mean, and there's no way you can argue that Canada is a national security threat to the United States because of the production of steel and aluminum. So we still need to do more, as I think most Canadian trade lawyers understand, to build back some respect and reliance here. I mean, we have not been a reliable partner, and people in Europe know that. People know it all over. So this is a big victory for reality, and frankly, for our Constitution and our Congress, which should be exercising its authority here.
Yeah, you know what, and have to agree, you know, in Canada, we've been talking a lot about, in particular, steel, aluminum, the businesses, and you know, a lot of them, the workers that have lost their jobs, the layoffs that have happened in the auto sector too. You know, we have seen, especially in Ontario, the way that those tariffs, in particular, those sectoral tariffs, have impacted the auto industry. For you, and to be able to, you know, is it realistic now that we could see that change? I know you're calling for some of those tariffs now to be removed. It certainly doesn't feel that the president is going to go that way, but if given you know, the possibility to, you know, should Congress be able to act on this, or where do you see this moving forward, because Canada and the U.S. are still going to remain, you know, just as a matter of geography, are still going to remain such tight partners?
Well, I don't know yet. I mean, I think the Congress and the president and the White House, the administration needs to digest this. Jay should not be surprised. Look, the people behind these tariffs are really crackpot economists. Let's be real here. And they have tried to convince Mr. Trump that by levying tariffs on everyone, he could someday replace our income tax. That is totally unrealistic. They tried to convince Mr. Trump that tariffs are paid by foreign countries who are, quote, ripping us off, when indeed they're paid by our businesses and our consumers, or really a combination of both. Tariffs are a tax on our people in the United States, and they harm relations with Canada or with the European Union or anyone else, Mexico, Asia. And so we have a problem here. Mr. Trump is in an alternate universe. He's got advisors who are not, they're really crackpots, basically. He doesn't have serious trade lawyers around him like he did in his first term. Remember, he bragged that the new CUSMA is the best trade agreement in the history of the United States, and that NAFTA was the worst one, when indeed CUSMA is simply NAFTA too.
Right.
So our administration is not dealing with reality. That's why Congress has begun to have some guardrails. You will note recently, in a bipartisan vote, Congress passed a resolution opposing the tariffs on Canada. That's a really good sign. And now this Supreme Court decision is another sign. It's a big victory. And it's a huge loss and back to reality for Mr. Trump.
Can we talk about Kuzma for a second, too? Because, you know, impacting negotiations, clearly, we've had, you know, varying opinions, I think, from whether it's been trade lawyers or other pundits, at least for now, but whether this decision from the Supreme Court is going to be a good thing in the fact that Canada likely will have at least a little bit more leverage, but also what it could mean for Donald Trump, depending on what kind of mood he's going to be in and his trade negotiations are going to be in. What do you think it will mean, you know, come, you know, the conversations are underway, but ultimately this review that will happen in the summer?
No, I think it's helpful. I think it'll back to reality. I think it will. I think it's more likely to cause a focus on modernizing Kuzma in a way that's good for all three countries. You know, again, Mr. Trump does not like multilateral agreements. That's why he doesn't like the UN or NATO or the European Union. So I know he would love to have bilateral agreements so he can try to push everybody around, bully them. But I think this may allow members of Congress, rational members of the cabinet, not all of them are, to convince Mr. Trump to try to deal with the real world on trade and with our allies. It's so important. You know, we're no longer viewed as a reliable ally by all the people that we worked with all these years and really defended after World War II. I grew up, right? I mean, I grew up, look, I'm in my early 80s. I am grateful for 80 years of NATO, of national security, of United Nations, of our work in Europe and with Canada. And Canada was a partner every step of the way. I feel blessed to have grown up in an era of security and prosperity. I hate to see a president, any president, put that asunder. God, that's just tragic. So we're all going to have to rally around reality, get some new people in office. I think the Democrats will score big victories in November. But we have to contain and put guardrails on the president. And I think this court is beginning to do that. Congress is beginning to do that. And our Federal Reserve is beginning to do that. So that's all good news. And when it's good news for America or Michigan, I think it's good news for Canada.
Certainly fair. James Blanchard, former U.S. ambassador to Canada. Really appreciate you taking us some time for us today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the lead plaintiff in the case says that he wants his money back with interest after the Supreme Court again ruled against Donald Trump's tariffs today.
It's not political. It's about taxes, and they owe us money. I expect the government to give me my money back with interest, and as soon as they do, we'll start spending it. Too.
Rick Woldenberg is CEO of educational toy companies Learning Resources and Hand to Mind. Along with other importers, the companies could now be entitled to a share of billions of dollars in refunds. But the Supreme Court did not decide how or when that could happen. Canada's Minister of International Trade saying today as well that the federal government's position on these tariffs hasn't changed.
The U.S. is our #1 trading partner. We need to continue working with the U.S., and Minister LeBlanc is leading those conversations. What we said from the very beginning is these tariffs are unjust, and that position has not changed. We still have the best trading arrangement of any country in the world, and we'll continue to work with the Americans on that. But at the same time, my job as the Minister of International Trade is to look beyond North America.
Now, in case you missed it earlier, too, BC Premier David Eby acknowledging that the decision today doesn't affect some of the more punishing tariffs in Canada, including the ones on softwood lumber, but he does have reason to be optimistic.
This court decision does open the door to a potential challenge related to the softwood national security tariffs. Now, I don't think anybody at home thinks that countertops and kitchen cabinets are a national security threat to the United States. And in the court decision today, the Supreme Court of the United States said very clearly that they would read carefully the authorities that are given to the President and to Congress in determining whether or not tariffs are justified. And that careful reading, in my opinion, would not find that BC wood products are a national security threat to the United States.
Well, joining me now is Andrew Foran, an economist at TD Bank. Andrew, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, let's get into this a little bit more, too, maybe from an economic point of view as well. We know that billions of dollars in tariffs have been collected in the United States, and this is really, it is a landmark ruling, it feels like, for this trade war, especially between Canada and the U.S. What's your read on what it could mean, too, for the situation moving forward?
Sure. So we have known for some time that this could occur. We saw that the lower court rulings earlier last year did rule against the administration with the use of these tariffs. And this recent ruling by the Supreme Court was broadly expected after we heard their oral arguments earlier in November. So without these tariffs, the U.S. does lose a number of its signature trade policies. It really only has the backup product-specific tariffs, which are still in effect on products like steel, aluminum, and automobiles. So with that in mind, the U.S. did come out earlier today with President Trump stating during his press conference that they are going to be attempting to reconstruct their prior tariff regime using alternative tariff policies that they have available. We did hear that they are going to be starting with a global 10% tariff. Now, importantly, we don't yet know whether or not that will include exemptions for USMCA products. So we are going to be looking out for that when it is released later today. But for the time being, we do expect that this is going to result in a period of more elevated trade uncertainty as we do wait for the administration to follow up on exactly what other tariff policies it is going to be implementing.
Yeah, it certainly feels like, that's the word of the day as well, is uncertainty about what this means, that Donald Trump was quite upset with the Supreme Court's decision, as we heard earlier today. But Andrew, for Canada in particular, at least for now, you mentioned that we're waiting to hear the exact nature of how that 10% will affect us. But, the Section 232 tariffs that are already in effect that we are clearly feeling the effects of. There's the Section 301. There are other levers here as well. Do you believe that Donald Trump will also be pulling on some of those here in other areas that could affect Canada?
Sure. So importantly, right now, even though this decision today is a positive result for Canada, the Section 232 tariffs are having a more material effect on the economy overall, especially the 50% tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper. So these are still in effect on Canada. Now, in terms of what we might expect moving forward, there's still obviously a fair degree of uncertainty, but it seems like the U.S. is going to be attempting to increase tariffs on countries such as Canada, although given the tariff policies we saw them implement last year, it does seem that they do recognize the importance of the USMCA exemptions that they had previously had in place, given the level of integration between the North American economies. So it seems right now likely that that could continue moving forward, but again, we are still awaiting that decision later today.
I want to ask you too, it's another thing that we're waiting for some more details on, but refunds in particular, in the U.S. for businesses, talking about $175 billion or so. There's some differing numbers about tariffs that have already, money that's already been collected from tariffs as well. Does that affect Canadian businesses at all, as some of those companies are going to be looking for refunds, as we heard earlier too, and the process that's involved in how that might work?
Right. So that is probably the biggest point of uncertainty with this decision, just because the Supreme Court did not explicitly rule on how these refunds might be repaid. Right now, it seems like the administration is going to leave it up to the courts, at least in terms of the language we heard from President Trump in his press conference earlier today. He explicitly said that it could be litigated in the courts for the next 2 to 5 years, I believe. So if that is true and the administration does not take proactive steps to potentially repay the tariffs, then that is entirely possible that we could see that result in private businesses pursuing litigation in terms of trying to get those refunds.
Andrew Foran, an economist at TD Bank. Really appreciate your insight today, Andrew. Thanks so much for this.
Great. Thanks, Matt.
I trust the judge's effort.
Up, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith pushes ahead with plans for a referendum province-wide in Alberta. We're going to have the latest on that story after this.
Tonight, they made it sound like mournful event.
applicants. Today, she was asked what her evidence is that non-tax-paying immigrants are using Alberta's education system in sweeping numbers.
If you're only coming here on a one-year work permit, why are you bringing your family and expecting taxpayers to pay for that? It's $12,000 for every child who goes into a child care system. It's $12,000 for every child who goes into the K-12 education system.
We have direct democracy, and it's called a general election. Call it. Let Albertans judge her performance and the last 6 years under the UCP. It's all a massive distraction from the real things Albertans expect their government to deliver.
The Alberta NDP's deputy leader says Smith is trying to distract from a looming budget deficit expected next week, the ongoing separatist movement in the province, and real challenges Albertans are facing, such as affordability and healthcare access. Well, coming up, it came down to the wire again, but Canada is on its way back to the gold medal game in men's hockey. We're going to have more and an Olympic wrap coming up after the break. Stay with us.
A new season of Sullivan's Crossing coming.
The Winter Olympics, including the Canadian men's hockey team, who is headed to the gold medal game once again after a comeback win over Finland in the semifinals today. The tense match being watched by fans at games and here at home. Here's a look at some of the fan reaction in Milano Cortina. It was all Finland heading into the end of the second period. They were up 2-0 before a power play goal by Sam Reinhart injected some energy back into the Canadian side. By the start of the third, Canada scored again to tie the game before a last-minute goal by Nathan MacKinnon sealed the deal for the Canadians. Canada will play the winner of the U.S.-Slovakia game. That game is happening right now. It's currently 2-0 for the U.S. Was the Canadian men's hockey team again preparing for the Olympic finals this weekend. Ontario Premier Doug Ford drumming up some support for the boys in red and white. In a post on social media, Ford says that bars and restaurants in the province will be allowed to sell alcohol starting at 6 a.m. on Sunday. That is, again, the final day of competition and the gold medal game, which gets underway just after 8 a.m. Eastern time. Ford adding, quote, "Let's all come together, support local businesses, and cheer on Team Canada." And a couple more medals for Canada, too, at the Winter Olympics. How about this one from Calgary native Brendan McKay, who won bronze in the men's freestyle skiing halfpipe event today. McKay scoring a 91 in the event, earning himself a third-place finish. The U.S. came in first. Estonia placed second with the medal. McKay now has his first medal at the Olympic Games, having previously represented Canada back at Beijing 2022. Canada overall with 17 medals as well, because Olympic speed skater Valerie Malte also won a bronze today in the women's 1,500-meter long track speed skating event. It's her third medal of Milano Cortina after she won bronze in the 3,000 meters and gold in that awesome team pursuit race. This is also her fifth career Olympic medal for Malte. She's been to 5 Olympic Games. Just absolutely impressive stuff. Take one more home when she competes in tomorrow's mass skate, but we will see. Well, I'm Matt Scooby. Thanks for joining us today. CTV National News with Heather Butts is coming up next. Marcia McMillan is reporting tonight. Marcia is going to have much more on today's U.S. Supreme Court decision striking down many of Donald Trump's global tariffs, including some of those levied against Canada. CTV National News starts right now.
Hello, and thanks for joining us. Here's what's happening right now. Trump's sweeping tariffs struck down.
Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic.
The president's defiant pivot and furious response, and what it all means for Canada.
If you're only coming here on a one-year work permit, why are you bringing your family and expecting taxpayers to pay for that?
Danielle Smith's defense of her new referendum plan and why the opposition is crying foul. Plus, how the country held its breath during a comeback for the ages.
CTV National News with Heather Butts.
I'm Marcia McMillan in today for Heather. Let's get straight to our developing news. The U.S. Supreme Court struck down President Donald Trump's global tariffs, dealing a stunning political and economic blow to the president and his agenda, with far-reaching implications for many countries, including Canada. Trump reacting to the decision, calling it a disgrace and promising even stronger measures. Lots to unpack here. CTV's Abigail Beeman starts us off in Ottawa. Abigail.
Marcia, Donald Trump came out swinging against the ruling and announced a new 10% global tariff. So far, neither the Prime Minister's office nor the White House has clarified to CTV News whether Canadian CUSMA-exempt goods are impacted.
I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed.
The American president says he's deeply disappointed in the U.S. Supreme Court decision striking down so-called IEEPA or fentanyl tariffs. He then, as many predicted, announced new ones.
Today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122, over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country.
President Trump has famously said his favorite word is tariff. And so I don't think they're going to simply walk away.
IEEPA tariffs collected an estimated $240 billion. The Supreme Court decision did not address refunds, while one dissenting opinion noted handling them would be a mess.
Unraveling that and securing refunds is going to be messy, but that's certainly going to be a key issue that Canadian businesses are going to be focused on.
While steel and aluminum, automotive and lumber tariffs remain in place. Yet the vast majority of Canadian goods were exempt from IEEPA tariffs anyway due to CUSMA, the free trade deal that's up for review.
With these midterms, with a shifting political climate in the United States, with the inability of Congress to just follow him at a command, all of those things add up to a situation where I think it is more likely that he's actually going to engage on CUSMA than attempt to burn it to the ground.
The lead minister on the Canada-U.S. file said in a statement the court decision reinforces Canada's position that IEEPA tariffs are unjustified, but says, quote, critical work lies ahead to fight for businesses still impacted by tariffs on steel, aluminum, and autos. Marcia?
Abigail, thank you. And as Abigail just reported, despite today's ruling, most tariffs remain in place for Canada, including on steel, aluminum, cars and lumber. CTV's Adrian Gabriel is tracking that part of the story for us. Adrian.
Marcia, whether you're a Canadian auto worker or you ply your trade in the steel or aluminum industry, the president of Canada's largest private sector union says today's U.S. Supreme Court ruling is no reason for celebration.
Sitting idle, Canada's auto assembly industry knows full well the toll of President Donald Trump's trade tactics, as does the country's steel and aluminum sectors, railroaded by punishing tariffs. Today's Supreme Court ruling brings little reprieve.
Our members have been on the front lines of this trade war because they work in all the sectors that Trump is coming after: the auto sector, the steel sector, the aluminum sector, the lumber sector.
Sectoral tariffs remain in place for each of those Canadian industries under President Trump's so-called national security tariffs. Trump has multiple levers he can still pull to apply additional trade pressure north of the border.
We expect him to explore a whole range of other options. Those include introducing new legislation to give himself new presidential powers that both President Trump but future administrations would wield.
While bracing for a blunt response from the Trump administration, Unifor's president notes that U.S. trade policy isn't just hurting Canadian industry.
They're having an impact on U.S. workers and U.S. industry. The manufacturing footprint in the U.S. is actually declining.
Speaking at Harvard this week, the president of Canada's Auto Parts Manufacturers Association believes the door has been opened to fight the tariffs still hammering Canada's economy.
It's really important to see that the Supreme Court will rule against the president, even when he overreaches. I think that's an important victory for the rule of law.
Those we spoke with today also add that it's important to keep focused on the upcoming CUSMA negotiations. The consensus, the clearest path towards keeping Canada's economy afloat, a new free trade agreement with our largest trading partner. Marcia.
Adrian, thank you. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre called today's ruling a step in the right direction, but also called for sectoral tariffs to be lifted. In a post on X, he said, anything less than this means our workers will continue to suffer. Prime Minister Carney promised to negotiate a win and get a deal by July 21st of last year. U.S. tariffs on Canada have gotten worse. With more from Ottawa, let's bring in CTV's chief political correspondent, Vashi Kapelis. Vashi, what are you hearing from the federal government on this decision?
Well, there's a lack of clarity there, just as Abigail was conveying to our viewers and to you a few moments ago. The White House has yet to specify exactly how this new threat of additional tariffs would apply to countries that have some CUSMA exemptions like ours. So we await to see. And so far, from what I can ascertain from people I'm speaking to, they don't have that clarity yet. Either some of them are, in fact, being told that they might not have that clarity from the White House until early next week. So right now, it's kind of a holding pattern. I think what they're really trying to do is stay out of the line of fire of the president, not be too public about their reaction, because you heard the president very specifically threaten to go after all these foreign countries that would be celebrating this verdict.
So what could this mean for trade negotiations between our two countries?
Well, I think, there is the possibility that this is good news in the longer term as this review of CUSMA that Adrian mentioned gets underway. And that is because the potential for Trump to be weakened in his negotiating position, in the White House's negotiating position, is increased by this decision. I just finished interviewing a Representative, Debbie Dingell, from Congress, who basically said this is incredibly encouraging to Congress because it does talk very specifically about Congress's relative power when it comes to making these tariffs come to life or applying them to various countries. So she feels that it will embolden some of her Republican colleagues, and we've seen some evidence of that on social media, who previously have been kind of quiet about pushing back against the president. If that's the case, that's probably our best bet in these renegotiations. If more Republicans make their voices known, perhaps that could ultimately sway Trump.
All right, Vashi, thanks for that. BC's premier says today's ruling shows that the people in Canada and around the world were right in thinking the U.S. tariffs were wrong.
So this is an important decision, even just to restore some of our confidence in one of our closest friends and allies and trading partners here in Canada. And the decision of the Supreme Court underlines why we have had confidence in the U.S. over the years.
All right, let's turn now to the impact on our pocketbooks and bring in BNN Bloomberg's Andrew Bell. Andrew, how are the markets responding?
Markets were pretty calm. The TSX actually rose a bit and closed at a new record high. It's hard to attribute much of that to the tariff decision because right now, I know the government has been beating this drum endlessly. The tariff burden on Canada is not that bad. I know our steel and aluminum sectors have been hit by another set of tariffs that weren't even affected today. But our market went up and the broad US stock market went up, but it was generally a bit of a shrug. I'll give you one example. Nike stock jumped after the Supreme Court decision came out because, of course, Nike brings in so much stuff from Asia. But then it ended the day down. Lululemon jumped as well because it brings so much stuff into the USA and would be vulnerable to tariffs. But it did end the day higher. But really not a huge reaction among investors today to this thing because, as we've been hearing, Trump's going to fight back. He's defiant. That's the word. And he says, OK, I'm going to impose a 10% global tariff.
In the meantime, Andy, what could this mean for Canadian consumers and their investments?
Not a lot, because some stuff has gone up because of tariffs. The problem for our economy, though, is this uncertainty. I know I'm a bit like a broken record. Everybody's talking about that. But it definitely has deferred investment in this country, especially in Ontario, the manufacturing heartland still, because companies just don't know what way the ball is going to bounce next. So that's really a crucial problem. It has been a crucial problem for our economy for quite a few years now, a lack of business investment. And you can't blame corporate boards. Let's just hold off. We don't know. Is it even a bad idea to expand or build a factory in Canada right now? I mean, Trump won't be there forever. But say a Democratic administration takes over, they too could be protectionist.
Andrew, thank you for this.
Thanks so much.
A major comeback in Milan, including a last-minute goal, propelled Canada's men's hockey team to the gold medal game. Finland jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the Olympic semifinal, but in the third period, Canada finally tied it on a goal from Shea Theodore, and with just 35 seconds left, Nathan MacKinnon blasted in a power play goal to win the game and keep the gold medal dream alive.
It was closer than they wanted it to be, and they had to do it without Sidney Crosby. It was such a slim margin for error. Both of the last two games could have gone either way.
Connor McDavid was named team captain with Sidney Crosby injured. McDavid picked up 2 assists, including one that set up the winning goal. He now has 13 points, which is a record for a single Olympic tournament in the NHL area. For more, let's go to Milan. CTV's Heather Butts has post-game reaction with Canadian fans. Heather.
Another emotional night for Canadian hockey fans here in Italy with a game many said was far too tight for too long. At this bar here in Milan, a popular place for Canadians to come and watch hockey and celebrate together. Tonight, there is jubilation that Canada's men's hockey team will play in the gold medal game.
The first year is so stressful, like just being down, and then all of a sudden Canada put all the energy in and just crushed it right to the bitter end.
Let's go, Canada! Let's go!
As you get closer to the finals, these teams are just way too strong. So, and it doesn't matter what team it is. It's unbelievable, man. They're good hockey.
I'd like to be at the game today, but a close second is this. I mean, a couple hundred Canadians, just crazy. This is how it should be at the Olympics.
We're just a family that just enjoys hockey in general, and this was just amazing opportunity to be here in Milan with my kids.
There is so much joy and excitement here tonight. New friendships formed over sport. And those who don't have tickets tell me they will be back here to cheer on their team in the gold medal game on Sunday. Heather Butts, CTV News, Milan, Italy.
So who will play Canada in the final on Sunday? The winner of the U.S. versus Slovakia is currently 5-0 for the Americans in the third period. 2 more medals for Canada. Valerie Malte skated to a bronze in the 1,500-meter long track, her 3rd medal at Milano Cortina, after claiming bronze in the 3,000 and gold in the team pursuit. And Canada has also won bronze in a freestyle skiing event. Brendan McKay got himself on the podium on the very last run of the men's halfpipe final. The 28-year-old finished 9th at the last Olympics. In some other news, a judge has shut down the door on bail for an alleged money launderer linked to former Canadian Olympian Ryan Wedding. 37-year-old Roland Sokolowski was denied bail in a Toronto courtroom as he fights extradition to the U.S. Prosecutors say he helped funnel hundreds of millions in assets across borders for an international drug smuggling ring allegedly run by Wedding. The court found keeping him behind bars was necessary, citing concerns he could flee if released. A day after the former Prince Andrew was released, police are searching his royal lodge in Windsor. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested yesterday and remains under investigation on suspicion of misconduct in public office in relation to private information allegedly shared with Jeffrey Epstein. Coming up.
If you're only coming here on a 1-year work permit, why are you bringing your family and expecting taxpayers to pay for that?
Why Alberta's premier is asking voters to decide on the future of immigration.
Kyle Landy is defying the odds and lifting others along the way.
This man has single-handedly helped save my life.
Tonight on CTV National News and watch on Crave.
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith is defending her plan to hold a referendum this October on immigration and other constitutional issues impacting the province. Kamal Karmali is joining us now. Kamal, why is Alberta's premier holding this referendum now?
Alberta's premier says not every newcomer is a net contributor, and that's putting a strain on social services like hospitals and schools. So now Danielle Smith, in a 13-minute televised address, says she's putting 9 questions to a province-wide referendum on October 19th. 5 of those questions focus on immigration and access to provincially funded services. So one question even asks asks Albertans if non-permanent residents should be charged a fee to access health and education systems. Another asks if newcomers should be cut off from social services if they don't fall under a specific immigration status. Smith says Alberta's population has grown by nearly 600,000 people in 5 years, and temporary workers, she says, are costing Albertans money.
If you're only coming here on a one-year work permit, why are you bringing your family and expecting taxpayers to pay for that? It's $12,000 for every child who goes into a child care system. It's $12,000 for every child who goes into the K-12 education system.
And other questions also delve into Constitution, Marcia, like whether Alberta should have the power to pick and appoint Superior Court judges.
Alberta's opposition party believes Smith has an ulterior motive?
Yeah, it's no coincidence that Smith is announcing this referendum, according to the Alberta NDP, when the provincial budget is set to be tabled next week, highlighting a multi-billion-dollar deficit. So they're saying this is creating concern. This policy will unfairly target all immigrants. Marcia.
Kamal, thank you. Still ahead, the plan to expose the truth, why we may learn whether aliens are really out there. After a successful wet dress rehearsal, an important test where the rocket is filled with fuel and goes through a practice run of the countdown sequence. Canadian Jeremy Hansen, along with 3 other American astronauts, will embark on the 10-day journey designed to clear the way for a future moon landing. UFO enthusiasts are over the moon with President Trump, who has ordered the Pentagon and other government agencies to release files related to flying saucers, UAPs, and alien life. It comes after former President Barack Obama weighed in on the subject of extraterrestrials. Here's CTV's John Venevali-Rao.
My gosh. American Navy pilots have spotted them. Look at that thing. It's strange objects flying in unusual ways. But now the U.S. president vowing to release whatever his government knows about UFOs and aliens. But is Donald Trump a believer?
I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it.
Trump directing America's Department of War and other agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life. That includes UFOs, which these days are called unidentified aerial phenomena.
A lot of UFO fans are really excited that this is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is Christmas. We're going to be getting all the files.
There's some. It all comes after former U.S. President Barack Obama appeared on a podcast and offered a surprising answer to this question.
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51.
His statement that they're real led to so much buzz online, Obama later clarified, writing, "Statistically, the universe is so vast that the odds are good there's life out there," adding, "I saw no evidence during my presidency that extraterrestrials have made contact with us, really." Still, Trump accused Obama of revealing classified information. In 2024, the U.S. Pentagon said there was no evidence alien life had ever been encountered, but added there were sightings that needed further investigation. Still, of Trump's latest directive, some think he's just using it to deflect attention.
Some people had said already that this was going to be a distraction from some other files that he doesn't want to release. So maybe we'll get something, but I'm not holding my breath quite yet.
Meanwhile, Trump did not set any kind of a deadline for the release of information. Marcia.
Thanks, John. After the break, why these Canadians are lacing up and living their Olympic dream for the host country. TV's Garrett Berry shows us there are Canadians playing for Team Italy, too.
Soaking up her Olympic moment at the Cauldron in Milan.
You know, you're walking in the streets, walking in the venues. Everybody's just so proud when you're wearing the colors.
Montreal-born Kayla Tutino has a lot to be proud of.
You know, we're very proud to be Canadian, but we're also proud of our heritage. It's been a big part of my upbringing, so for me to give back in this way and represent my grandparents and my parents, it's really special.
Tutino plays for Italy as a dual Canadian-Italian citizen. She scored the country's second ever goal in women's ice hockey at the Olympics, which helped power the first ever win and first ever playoff qualification.
We wanted to show everyone, what Italian hockey is all about, and we felt like we accomplished that.
To prepare, the team trained for weeks in Montreal, pretty close to home for Tutino and 4 other Canadian-born dual citizens. Among them, Kristen Guerriero, whose mother traveled to support her here in Milan.
I start crying just out of just sheer whatever for her, because she's always worked hard in every sport and everything she's ever done. So I'm like so proud of her. It's beyond belief.
The Canadian-born players will also compete with the Italian team at a Tier 2 World Championship in April, hoping to build on the new hockey momentum in Italy.
We went to visit her at the Duomo, and there was little children that wanted to take her picture with her. Today we were at the rink after to meet up with her, and some kids asked her to sign their flag. I was like, oh my gosh.
The Olympic ice surfaces will be torn up after the games are done, but politicians here in Milan have promised a new temporary structure starting in October to be followed by a permanent arena within 3 years. Garrett Perry, CTV News, Milan.
And that is our newscast for this Friday. Thanks for joining us. I'm Marcia McMillan. See you tonight on CTV National News. Good night.
CTV National News, Canada's #1 newscast.
Hi, and welcome to Power Play. I'm Mike LeCouture. Tonight, Trump's tariff whack-a-mole.
I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff.
U.S. President Donald Trump gets a smackdown at the Supreme Court, but he responds with, you guessed it, more tariffs. He's telling reporters today he'll impose a new global tariff on other countries. So what could it mean for Canada? We'll talk to D.C. trade representatives from both Ontario and Manitoba. Then, how will Canada respond to protect affected industries?
We need to continue to help Canadians diversify, and that's exactly what we'll stay focused on.
Canadian steel, aluminum, and copper are still subject to significant tariffs, with jobs hanging in the balance. So what does this all mean for them? We'll unpack that part of today's news in just moments. Plus, Alberta's referendum on immigration.
If we had a normal immigration policy, that would be about 50,000 people a year coming to Alberta, as opposed to 150,000 a year.
Why is Premier Danielle Smith launching a referendum to convince her province to get more control over immigration? We'll dig into the politics behind the ballot questions with our front bench. Today we have Sabrina Grover, Melanie Paradis, Carl Belanger, and Marie Vastel. First, though,
the Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court. Absolutely ashamed. I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country.
he said he wanted to be a good boy, but U.S. President Donald Trump was defiant today. His outburst came after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled he did not have the power to impose tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, also known as IEPA. Now, in this country, he had imposed them, saying it was because too much fentanyl and too many migrants were crossing over into the U.S. Today's decision is a massive blow to the president's international trade strategy. Most trade with Canada, though, was not affected by this specific set of tariffs. And that's because our trade is protected under Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement. However, Trump is now looking to use another blunt tool.
Effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged.
So here is the multi-billion-dollar question of the day. Will this 10% global tariff apply to Canada? Well, we asked the White House for more information today, and the only reply that we got was that they would have paper outlining these and other details in short order. So how are teams handling Canada's trade negotiations pivoting today? Well, joining us now is Ontario's trade representative in D.C., David Patterson, and Manitoba's trade representative also in D.C., Richard Madden. Thank you both for being here. David, I want to start with you on this. How are you decoding what you heard from the president today?
Well, today's a good decision by the Supreme Court, and much as many of us here in Washington expected. And as you beautifully laid out, Mike, I mean, we were the first ones in Canada hit by these IEEPA tariffs, along with Mexico and China. And so there's sort of two classes of those types of tariffs. There's the sort of a base tariff on other countries around the world, and those have been struck down, and as you say, they'll be replaced by another trade act in Section 122. And so we still have to be cautious and wait to see the executive order to find out exactly how it will be applied and to find out what exemptions we may or may not have under that expansion. But as you also point out, which is really important, we still have faced the brunt of these other sectoral tariffs on automotive, steel, aluminum, and other areas. And that's where we've really faced the brunt of all of our tariffs for the last year. So all of this adds up to me to meaning we've got to get to the negotiation table and solve all this together in the USMCA discussions, which are due by July 1st.
Richard, how likely is that the U.S. will be open to that conversation, given what happened today to U.S. President Donald Trump? I mean, I know Canadians want to get back to the table, but do you think he does?
Yeah, you know, that's the multi-billion-dollar question, Mike. But we always knew that whatever the ruling was by the Supreme Court, SCOTUS, and by the way, that was a decisive ruling, 6-3 majority by the Conservative High Court, that the president always had other tools in his toolbox. He laid out a few today, Section 122 tariffs. He laid out a couple others, 232 tariffs, which is what's been applied on steel and aluminum and the auto sector in Ontario. There's 201, Section 301. So I've been speaking to a lot of folks this afternoon, both connected to Trump 1.0 and other people familiar with the Republican thinking on Capitol Hill. And they view that these tariffs today, the 122s, is basically a placeholder, because under this particular tariff that the president outlined today, that lasts 150 days. So while he does these 122 tariffs, this gives an opportunity for the administration to do an investigation under these other tariffs, whether it is the balance of payments or a national security threat by the White House to continue these tariffs. Now, as this applies to the USMCA or CUSMA review is an open question. There is a belief that perhaps the president will weaponize this upcoming review and threaten to walk away from USMCA or CUSMA, which would force Ottawa to come back to the bargaining table. Or does this change the dynamics for the upcoming USMCA review, which will be a bit more bespoke on various products? Bottom line, though, Mike, from Manitoba's perspective, this ruling today is viewed as a moral win, but it does it leaves more questions than answers. And of course, the priority for Manitoba is to ensure jobs are protected and the supply chains continue.
David, how concerned are you that, as Richard was saying, that this will sort of carry over into the CUSMA review, but not only that U.S. President Donald Trump may look at this as a way to sort of show the rest of the world that, okay, if I can't use these tariffs and I have this review now on this major trade deal with Canada, then I'm going to make an example out of Canada. Do you think we have to worry about that?
Well, these tariffs have been applied to well over 100 countries around the world. Indonesia just agreed to a tariff agreement at 18% yesterday. And now this has been struck down here. So there's going to be a lot of confusion amongst some of the other countries with other deals. There's going to be a lot of companies in the United States that are going to want refunds for the tariffs that they've paid under this. The Congress has recently stepped up and showed that they're putting resolutions forward saying that they should be the ones to be presiding over tariffs, not the president, and certainly not having them on Canada. So I think this is all movement in the United States in an election year. And we happen to have this USMCA discussion. And so if in this election year we're listening to companies, we've now listened to the Supreme Court, and we're also listening to the Congress, boy, it'll be an interesting State of the Union this coming week as well as he sits in front of all those audiences. Well, you know, we'll need to work through all of that together. So let's be confident. And yes, we've taken it on the chin, but we've held up beautifully. And we're going to need to solve some problems over the next 5 months.
Richard, I wanted to pick up on that because it was about 10 or 11 days ago that the U.S. House of Representatives voted 219 to 211 against tariffs on Canada. That follows a vote from the Senate last October, 50 to 46, on the exact same thing. Are you sensing that there's growing political tide rising against this trade policy in the U.S.? Not only that it could help us, but that it could have that impact, as David was saying, possibly going into the midterms?
I mean, look, as David mentioned, we're heading into an election year, so I cannot see a 10% tariff being applied to products like coffee or bananas that were tariffed before, when the key ballot box question appears to be affordability and the cost of living. You made a reference to the Senate vote. There is an option for the Senate to codify their tariff authority. Reconciliation is a term that's being used that requires a bare minimum majority, 50 votes rather. But we already saw from that vote with Republicans voting with the Democrats against the tariffs, the president doesn't have the votes. You have Rand Paul, you have Tom Tillis, you have others that would likely vote against, Lisa Murkowski, for example. So I don't see that happening by Congress. But also at the same time, we heard the president say he doesn't really need Congress to act on his tariffs, that he's going to use his powers through executive actions. But as we head into the midterms, and as I mentioned earlier, cost of living, affordability becoming key ballot box questions, I think the White House and the administration will be very careful, and I use the word bespoke, on what products they will slap these tariffs on. Just a few months ago, you know, Manitoba was in New Orleans as part of this agriculture delegation, and we spoke to several deep red stakeholders, whether they're state lawmakers, whether they're ranchers, whether they're farmers, and they are also feeling the impact of tariffs, whether it's on soybeans, whether it's on cattle, whether it's on tariffs on farm equipment, and they are quite worried too, and they are feeling that in their pocketbooks, and they're conveying those messages to their to their federal lawmakers in the House and many in the Senate who are facing re-election. So these lawmakers have a delicate balance, whether they blindly support the president to impose these tariffs and use this executive action, or do they take a stand?
Okay, unfortunately, gentlemen, I'm all out of time, but I appreciate this great conversation on this Friday. Richard Madden, who's the trade representative for Manitoba, and David Patterson, trade representative also in D.C. for Ontario. Appreciate you both being here.
Cheers, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
CTV News also requested to speak with Canada's federal negotiating team, either Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc, Ambassador to the U.S. Mark Wiseman, and Canada's new Chief Negotiator Janice Charette. None were made available to speak with us today. In a social media post, LeBlanc did welcome the Supreme Court decision. However, his office declined to share any updated comment after Trump announced plans for that new 10% global tariff. International Trade Minister Maninder Sidhu was asked about it this afternoon, though.
Here in southwestern Ontario, you're seeing the impacts of those tariffs on auto, on steel, on aluminum, on lumber, and we need to continue to help Canadians diversify, and that's exactly what we'll stay focused on.
Today's decision isn't expected to have any impact on sectoral tariffs already imposed on Canada's steel, aluminum, and copper industries. Those are all suffering under 50% import levies from the U.S., while the auto industry is dealing with 25% tariffs, and lumber as the equivalent of 45% tariffs. Joining me now to talk about how one industry is taking today's news is the President and CEO of the Canadian Steel Producers Association, Catherine Cobden. Ms. Cobden, thanks so much for being here. Welcome back to Power Play.
Thank you very much for having me.
So we know what we saw from the U.S. president today, and we know that it doesn't really impact the steel industry. But how are you feeling when you consider what we got from the U.S. Supreme Court and the response from the White House?
Yes, I mean, from my perspective, you know, we knew it could go this way, and we knew that just as we saw President Trump was quickly able to say what his next steps would be, we anticipated that the White House was doing their homework of what they would do to put in place should there be a negative decision out of the Supreme Court.
The president has been quite clear on what his goal is, especially when it comes to the steel industry. Yesterday, he was even at a manufacturer in Rome, Georgia, and he was talking about how well everything's going because of his tariffs, because of the 50% tariffs, notably on Canada as well. Do you feel that because he continues to talk that up, that those tariffs, those 50% tariffs on Canadian steel, are here to stay?
Well, listen, I can tell you that what we're doing, we are pivoting away as fast as we can to the kind of north-south trade, moving to more trade within our domestic sort of, you know, the country, Canada, east-west trade as we call it. And we're doing that because we have no clear line of sight on when the 232 tariffs will you know, be addressed, if ever. Now, we do expect the Canadian government to seek these tariffs being addressed as we do as the CUSMA review takes place, which is ongoing, is starting, and it's, you know, going to likely be ongoing for some time. But that is what we see as being absolutely essential, that the 232 tariffs aren't forgotten. Our sector, as well as many other strategic sectors in Canada, are facing extremely damaging tariffs from the United States. I can't even imagine contemplating a review that just sort of overlooks that tariff regime. The review must address these tariffs.
But when you consider how he talks about those tariffs and how he says they are good for American steel, do you have any hope that they're actually going to be removed?
Well, you know, the proof will be in the pudding, and I think the strategy we have taken as an industry from the get-go has been to meet the United States on approaches that essentially, you know, we understand the diagnostic of what he's worried about. Right. He's worried about overcapacity of steel that's going on globally.
But he also wants to bring manufacturing back to the U.S.
Yes, he does.
And essentially out of Canada.
Well, yes. So essentially, though, on steel trade, he wants Chinese steel out of the market. Well, we've addressed that. He wants for offshore imports out of the market. Canada's addressed that. Our measures that were announced at the end of November are actually working quite well. I see us being our government being in a very strong position to say to the president, we have done an equivalent outcome of regime to yours. And so, therefore, we are stronger together combating this global overcapacity.
But does he want Canadian steel? It doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, he may not want it, but they're 26 million tons of steel short. And if they're going, right now, the big winners of the tariff policy out of the United States has been offshore steel. So the question becomes, do we want to solidify a strong North American steel trade against you know, the non-market economy and state-owned enterprises that are out there in steel that are dumping into both of our markets? Right. Fundamentally, we share the same concern. So I feel like our strategy has been, you know, if we fundamentally address the concern as well, then that gives us a bridge for conversations. As you know, this has been a long road, though. It's been 9 or 10 months of these tariffs, and there's been on-again, off-again talks. We remain adamant, frankly, and insistent that this be a topic of priority for the Canadian government into USMCA discussions.
Are you sure that it is at this point? Because when we hear about their discussions, steel isn't always number one on the list. You
know, I do feel that the Canadian government takes the plight of the steel industry domestically very, very seriously. They have done a significant amount of policy change, trade measures by Canadian policies, et cetera, to help our industry, and all of that takes time. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that we actually have felt, you know, a lot of positive momentum to try to support the sector. So we do feel like, and I'm you know, I don't want to speak on behalf of the other 232 sectors, sectors, but I think that the government understands the crisis that we're in. The question just becomes, when will we see the 232 tariffs get discussed, and when will that opening be? And I know we need to be strategic on when we push for that, but my only point is we ultimately have to get there.
I only have about a minute left or less. As you'd mentioned, the Canadian government announced a number of measures to help support steel and the steel industry in Canada, including a Buy Canadian provision. Is it working quick enough, in your opinion?
So the thing that's working faster are the trade measures at the border. So that's seeing a drop of imports coming into the country, which frees up space for us to supply more. But they don't offset the dramatic losses that we have had in shipments to the United States. We're talking a very high volume of trade between Canada and the United States that has significantly declined.
So do you need more and faster from the Canadian government?
Well, frankly, we need to build those new customers as quickly as possible, and so that's why our job now is to enforce those measures, for us to build those new customers, and frankly to continue to see whether there's more that we can do in those measures themselves.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Okay. Catherine Cobden, the CEO of the Canadian Steel Producers Association, thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
All right. We've got a lot more on the impact of that Supreme Court decision. Plus, we'll have our front bench, and they're going to take a look at the politics of Alberta's decision to hold multiple referenda this fall, one notably on the question of taking control of immigration. Today, we've got Sabrina Grover, Melanie Paradis, Carl Boulanger, and Marie Vastel. But first, Trump's latest threats come as Canada prepares to renegotiate the North American Free Trade Agreement that Trump reportedly wants to scrap altogether. After this break, we're going to talk to one of the architects of that trade deal. Power Play, we'll be right back.
Dulco Live.
Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work higher tariffs.
And just before the break, we broke down U.S. President Donald Trump's latest tariff trade war chess moves. The U.S. Supreme Court struck down tariffs the president levied against the world using emergency powers. Now, hours later, the president clapped right back, announcing he'll go another route and impose a new global 10% tariff. It's unclear exactly how he'll do that, so we really don't know if it'll apply to Canada. Joining us now to unpack the president's strategy is someone who's all too familiar with the Trump White House and their negotiating tactics. David McNaughton was Canada's U.S. ambassador during the first Trump administration, and he helped negotiate the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement known as CUSMA. Former Ambassador McNaughton, welcome back to Power Play. Thanks so much for joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
I wanted to first get your reaction to what we have heard from U.S. President Donald Trump in his reaction to the U.S. Supreme Court. And he actually said that this decision gives him even more powers that he is looking to go forward with, notably using Section 122 and imposing a more sort of global 10% tariff on all countries. What is your sense of how he is reacting here?
Well, I'm not really surprised. I mean, I'm not really surprised at what the Supreme Court did, and I'm not surprised at his reaction. And I think he, you know, when it became obvious during the questioning when the Supreme Court heard the case that there was some skepticism about his use of IEPA, and so I think he's had time to prepare for the potential that they would say he didn't have the authority to do it. You know, he still says he loves tariffs, and you know, so I'm not shocked at all by his reaction. I would have been surprised if there'd been anything else.
But not only does he say that he's allowed to still use tariffs, he also says that this decision underlines the fact that he can end trade with any other country. And the fact that he's musing about that and saying how he can not only end trade with another country, but end another country, essentially. What does that tell you about where he's at?
Well, again, I think President Trump tends to hyperbolize, shall we say. I mean, the reality is he doesn't care about other countries and its impact on other countries. He only cares about its impact on the United States. And I, you know, suppose he's been elected as president of the United States, he should be caring about them. The question really becomes if he, you know, imposes other tariffs you know, at the end of the day, American consumers pay for the tariffs. And so as we get closer and closer to the midterms, the question is going to be, is he going to strike reasonable deals with countries that have significant impact on the United States consumers and buy things from the United States or not? And my guess is that, you know, we're already starting to see some members of Congress, you know, say, you know, you don't do this, don't do that. We saw some things from the agriculture sector in the United States saying, please preserve CUSMA. So, you know, he'll react to pressure from American interests, not from Canadian or other interests. And it's just a question of, you know, how is it going to impact Americans?
And as somebody who's been on the front lines of those negotiations, when you consider the fact that today's decision doesn't really affect Canada insofar as the tariffs that, the sectoral tariffs that Canada is dealing with are under Section 232, under that national security issue there. So what would you say is the best road forward for Canada and Canadian negotiators now? Do you think we're in a better position to try and get a deal on CUSMA now that this has happened?
Well, I think that there's a window, and, you know, I think the discussion with the Americans has to be broader than simply the CUSMA review. We need to, because the tariffs on steel, aluminum, and lumber are under Section 232, we have to have a discussion about defense and security. And, you know, given the fact that we are substantially increasing our defense spending, I mean, I'd be going to American companies that are in the defense business and saying, you know, we're going to spend tens of billions of dollars on defense, you know, in Canada. And the question really is, you know, if we're a national security threat, why would we do it with you? You know, I know that the Americans are really interested in our critical minerals. I mean, I do think we've got some cards to play here. I think it's better to play them quietly rather than do it, you know, vocally and, you know, in a threatening way. I think it's something that we can have discussions with American business about to help us. Sometimes they don't really even realize how much they depend on Canada for inputs to their final products. And so, you know, I think there's a window here where we can have a sensible discussion and hopefully, you know, provide some certainty for Canadians and Canadian businesses that are doing business with the United States.
A window
we're in a better position than most other countries for sure.
Yeah, and certainly the Prime Minister has underscored that in talking about between 85 and 90% of our products that we trade with the U.S. are covered under CUSMA. But do you say that there's a window here because the President maybe needs a win, or because he's now sort of on his back heel, that maybe there is a sense here that Canada could go in there and say, look, we can put this to bed now?
Yeah, I think, you know, he will always want to portray whatever deal is done as being a win for him. And even, you know, he even goes further than that. He said he doesn't want to just say, I won. He says, I won and you lost. So we have to be clever about how we actually do things that are in our best interest and allow him to say he won. I mean, you know, I started discussions around critical minerals when I was in Washington, and I had a conversation with their national security advisor, and I said, why don't you sort of do what you did with aluminum and do a take-or-pay contract, and you know, we'll get you the critical minerals. And he said, well, David, I'd love to, but we need them before 2050 when you get them out of the ground. And I think one of the things that's happened, and you've seen this with not just Prime Minister Carney, but with the premiers and others, is we've actually been shocked into doing some sensible things that we should have been doing for a long, long time. And we had got too complacent. We've been, there's too much process and not enough focus on outcomes. So I'm reasonably optimistic. I mean, you never know when you're dealing with President Trump, but I think there's a lot of things that could happen that would be beneficial to Canada. I mean, we can help the United States get off of their dependence on China on a lot of things. They are buying significant amounts of enriched uranium from Russia. I mean, there's lots of things that we've got in our array of things that you know, Trump may not want to say that he depends on things from Canada, but there's some things that actually they would do well to expand their relationship with us. So I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic, but I've seen sometimes when the president gets most vociferous in his rhetoric that it's actually an opportunity to do something sensible.
Okay, and we'll leave it on that optimistic note then. Former Canadian ambassador to the U.S., David McNaughton, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Still to come on Power Play, there's been a lot of talk of potential Alberta separation in a referendum. It's not on the docket, well, at least not yet. What is coming next fall is a referendum pushed by the Premier to give Alberta more power over immigration. In moments, our front bench will break down the politics behind Danielle Smith's ballot box questions. We've got Sabrina Grover, Melanie Paradis, Carl Belanger, and Marie Vastel. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring
burden without the revenues to go along with it. We had some confidence that the federal government was going to continue running the immigration system the way they had historically for 40 years, where they put a focus on those who can either speak English or French, as well as somebody who has the skills and the education so that they can get a job and fit in and then ultimately move on to permanent status. And that didn't happen.
That was Alberta Premier Danielle Smith in an interview that'll air this weekend on CTV's Question Period. She was explaining why she wants her province to vote for more powers over immigration, taking some of them from the federal government. In an address to Alberta last night, Smith announced a referendum on October 19th, and it will ask 9 questions. Among those 9 will be whether the province should have the power to restrict access to provincially funded services for certain immigrants. Residents will also decide broader constitutional questions on the appointment of federal judges in that province, also abolishing the Senate, and if that province should be able to opt out of federal programs while also keeping their funding. Now, Intergovernmental Affairs Minister Dominic LeBlanc's office did release a statement that reads in part, "We strongly believe that Albertans and all Canadians are best served when we work together, including with the unprecedented measures that we have taken to bring control back to the immigration system and our shared action to build our economic advantages as an energy superpower." So what's the strategy behind Smith's decision to take all of these questions to the people? Let's bring in our front bench. Sabrina Grover was a federal Liberal candidate in the 2021 election. She's now senior advisor to North Star Public Affairs. Melanie Paradis is former communications director to Aaron O'Toole. She's now the president of Texture Communications. With me here in studio, former interim NDP national director Carl Belanger. He's now the president of Traction Strategies, and Marie Vastel is an editorial writer with Le Devoir. Thank you all for being here. Sabrina, start with you on this one. 9 questions, and it's a referendum. It's not like a major federal election. What do you think is the strategy behind this? Are we flooding the zone with 9 questions?
I think in part, I think that we're flooding the zone on the budget, certainly, right? Alberta's budget comes out next Thursday, and we've been warned subtly a little bit over the past few weeks that it's going to be a massive deficit. We saw BC's budget at $13 billion. Last year's Alberta budget was, I think, at $6 billion, and I think we're expecting something similar this year. And so what I think this is nothing more than a distraction from that budget crisis, and moreover on the fact that Danielle Smith's government has accomplished almost nothing in the last 2 years that it's been elected. Credit where credit is due. I've talked, strongly about that MOU and how important that was. But what beyond that, right? She's broken health care. She's had to deal with a teacher's strike that hasn't resulted in anything. And now a 9-question immigration referendum that means nothing and resolves nothing and doesn't actually do anything to bolster Alberta's economy. And so I think there's some important questions to be raised about why she's bringing this up and why it's happening right now. And, I think the last thing I'll say is it's really interesting to see Danielle Smith push back so heavily on immigration when just 2 years ago, the Premier said that she wanted to aggressively double Alberta's population to 10 million people as quick as possible, because that's the only way to build a strong economy. So really interesting, I think, things to consider as to why she's bringing it up now.
Yeah, and Melanie, in that address last night, she said the budget crisis is a result of immigration, and she went back to an old favorite punching bag, Justin Trudeau, in that. What do you think of that play?
Well, look, for 10 years almost, Justin Trudeau left the door wide open on immigration. We had record numbers, and even in the statement from the federal government responding to this today, they acknowledge that it was out of control because they're talking about trying to bring control back to the immigration system. These issues in this referendum, I think, are actually a smart way of trying to unpack some of the sentiments and the root causes behind the separatism sentiments that we are seeing in Alberta. If you sit down and talk to people who feel strongly about separation, and you get to what are the actual motivations, what are the core issues behind that, it's immigration levels that are controlled by Ottawa, it's equalization levels that are controlled by Ottawa, it's social programming that's controlled by Ottawa. So if you give them the opportunity, if you give Alberta basically the same opportunity that Quebec has to set their own agenda and to make their own rules. It's really, at the end of the day, what I think Alberta is asking for is to be treated more like Quebec is. Then all of a sudden, I think you take the temperature down a lot on the separatism talk, and you can get to some productive conversations.
Marie's not feeling that.
No, and I agree with Mélanie that it's a way to look like she's acting on root causes of some of those feelings. Right. And that might be politically astute, sure, I'll give her that. But I do think when you give people the perspective of change, you create an expectation. You create an expectation that something will come out of this referendum if they say they want X, Y, and Z change. And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, just like Jason Kenney's equalization referendum led to nothing, because these are not things that, well, immigration is one thing. The constitutional changes are not things that she can change by herself with Ottawa. She's essentially trying to build a Meech Lake Accord unilaterally for Alberta. I won't go into a full-length debate about this, but Quebec does not have what she's asking for. Right. There are nuances to, they have a say, but they do not have last word on any of this. And to go back to this creating the expectation, well, then if people feel like they ask for something and they don't get it, there's resentment. You're just boiling a feeling of frustration and anxiety. You're not taming it. And I think in that sense, that's irresponsible. On the immigration stuff, I'm pretty sure it's unconstitutional because hyper-conservatives tried to do the same thing for refugee claimants to claw back access to health care. Right. And the federal court said it was unconstitutional. Abolishing the Senate, you cannot do without unanimous consent of the federal government and all provinces. It's just a lot of things that, yeah, people may want to be consulted about and have their say, but it's not going to happen. And in that sense, I don't see how this leads to any appeasement or any resolution, really.
So, Carl, to Marie's point, is this essentially tapping into that negative sentiment of separation and, in essence, trying to stir it up? Or is it, as you know, a couple others have suggested, maybe kind of trying to diffuse it by putting these questions out there and saying, okay, you're being consulted, but separation's not on the ballot?
Not on the ballot yet, because the process is ongoing, and she started that process. Yeah. Let's remember. So I think she's trying to drown that issue amongst a slew of other issues. But let's be very clear. Danielle Smith's brand of politics thrives on frustration, anger, and pushing up odd buttons, and that's what she's doing. And so you're going to have those 9 questions. Nothing will get done. You can't get it done. Mary outlined it very well. And then you're going to be upset. And then you're going to, fan the flames of anger in Alberta and maybe even help the separatist movement like you did to try to get your way with the federal government. That's what she did. And it's funny because, as you outlined at first, part of that is because, and Sabrina was very clear, that you want to distract from the fact you're bringing forward a deficit, a big deficit in the next budget. So you're going to talk about something else. And you're going to blame immigrants for the deficit, and then you're going to be, as a fiscal conservative, take that taxpayers' money and put it in the garbage and light it on fire because it will amount to nothing. That's what she's doing.
And I guess the question as well is how much of that referendum cost. But to be clear, not fully. I wouldn't say she's blaming on immigrants. She very clearly blamed it on Justin. It was on Justin Trudeau.
But that's what people hear, though, right? Yeah. It's immigration. We don't have enough hospital space. It's immigration because we don't have enough school space. It's been tried elsewhere. I mean, certainly in Quebec, it's been used by the CAQ government, and it's a recipe that is dangerous, in my opinion, because it pits people against each other.
It's also people's lives. It's their future if you don't have access to education. It's their literal lives if they don't have access to health care.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because I think somewhere in this globe, not Katy Perry, geez, Justin Trudeau's ears are ringing. Wow, caught myself, but I didn't. Still ahead, who's going to take the reins of the NDP? Well, hopefuls faced off last night in their English language debate. Our front bench will break down their performances and the state of the race right after this.
Downy Light adds
what our economy is for.
So if Trump called, he'd get my answering machine. I'd be busy trying to lift the burden of economic insecurity off the backs of workers.
When you've got a guy like Poilievre that is strutting around and pretending to be a worker, well, he's about as much as a worker as I am a flower girl.
We've got to go to our members and we have to trust them. We have to trust them to help us rebuild the party.
Despite our devastating loss in the last election, the NDP is not just reviving, we are already soaring back to life.
Oh, just a little amuse-bouche there of last night's NDP leadership debate, where candidates faced off in their final push to win party voter support ahead of next month's vote. Now, they were asked about both policy and their visions for a party which is in some need of major rebuilding. Don't forget, the NDP lost official party status in the last election, and they have just 7 seats in the House of Commons. Big day. Back now to break down that debate is our front bench. We've got Sabrina Grover, Melanie Paradis, Carl Boulanger, and Marie Vastel. It only makes sense to start with Carl, since you were the moderator of the French debate. And yes, they added a bit of French in there, Carl, not because of the job you did, but certainly because of the job that they couldn't do. Right. What were your big takeaways from last night's debate?
Well, the question is, at this point in the race, it's not can Avi Lewis win that race. It's can Avi Lewis lose that race? And there was a bit of that when you saw, especially from the McPherson camp and the Ashton camp, going after him in a more pointed way that they did in the French debate. So the question is Avi Lewis far enough ahead that he can win on his own, or does he need support from the other candidates in the second round, third round? And the flip side of that, of course, is can Ashton and McPherson's camp unite somehow to create an anybody but Avi movement and prevent him from winning? Yeah. That's what we saw, but I don't think that enough was done yesterday to kind of change the dynamic of that campaign so far.
Yeah, certainly, Marie, it wasn't sort of like a drag him out, knock him out like we saw with the Conservative leadership debate at one point in time. But, you know, I look at this, and as Carl was saying, you know, can the other camps either come together? But it's a ranked ballot. So you could have a situation where the third place person actually comes up the middle.
Yeah, or the second eventually inches up, right?
Yeah, or second choice to a lot of people.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, I agree with Carl. There does seem to be this anybody but Avi Lewis movement, might be a strong word, but sentiment brewing. You've seen people like Shannon Phillips, who was an environment minister in Alberta, come out, and she supports Heather McPherson, but come out with some concerns with Avi Lewis's vision. You've seen other people kind of have similar positions. There's this interesting ideological divide, right, between Avi Lewis with very bold idealism ideas, and then people who are more of a status quo pragmatism approach. And I wonder what happens if Avi Lewis wins, because he would be an unelected leader. He would be outside of caucus. We've seen how that sometimes is a little bit difficult to mesh, and especially if he comes with really different ideas. I don't know. I think that could be a challenge to get everyone to get everyone on board. I will say, for a party that's really focused on rebuilding, I do find interesting that they don't realize that to rebuild they might want to speak to 8 million Canadians who speak French. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah. But when you want to be pragmatic and you want to get voters back on your side, you might want to be able to have them understand you.
And one of the candidates says that's what translators are for. But Mel, I guess to Marie's point, you know, it almost feels like this is one of those turning points for this party, where they decide either they're going with the status quo, which I think a lot of people probably believe is Heather McPherson, because she's an elected MP and somebody who has run under that banner in that way, and certainly seems to sort of share that vision of the party. And then there's Avi Lewis, who almost seems like it'll go pretty much into the social, you know, social democratic side of it. You know, how much of a turning point could this be for the party, depending on who becomes the leader?
I think someone like Avi has a ceiling, and it reminds me a bit of Maxime Bernier at the end of the 2017 Conservative leadership race, where he wasn't able to pull off a victory, and down ballot support is what ended up getting Andrew Scheer over the top. I think that it's totally possible that something like that could happen here for the NDP. I think that a candidate like Rob Ashton is incredibly interesting. He's relatable. He's fun to watch. He has like one-liner zingers that I could never write. He and wouldn't want one of my candidates to say, but he manages to say them really well. He's fighting for workers and fighting for affordability. Like, I think he actually gets the moment right now, and that's what the NDP really needs to be focused on.
And Sabrina, is that, what they need to do, because the Conservatives have basically eaten their lunch on the worker vote? Do they need to return to that?
Well, I think it's so interesting that the length of this race has been so drawn out that it's made it really hard, I think, with the exception of like nerds like us, for Canadians to really care or be caught up in it. And that's written the NDP a lot out of any of the major conversations that we're having when it comes to Donald Trump, or when it comes to the economy, or when it comes to any of the issues that we're facing here in Canada. And so I think, I agree that I think the two priorities of whoever comes into play is, number one, rebuilding that party. And I do think that it's Heather McPherson, maybe we thought was going to be the right person to do that, but I think Avi's done such a good job on memberships and in raising the NDP's profile amongst those new people seeking a new political home, that I think it's questionable whether or not he'll be good at that role. But then the second piece is like writing yourself back into the story of Canadian politics, right? And I think that is still yet to be seen, and it doesn't. I think not being in the House matters, but it matters more that they're less distracted with internal issues and actually talking about the issues that everybody's in Canada's facing with respect to the actual, social medias or channels that Canadians are watching. And so I think that that's really important for them to refigure out. The issue about workers and whether or not they're going to come back on the labor movement, I think it's going to be a slow crawl, certainly. I think the Conservatives have done a really good job, not only at the federal level, but also like Doug Ford, as an example, on eating their lunch on that. So I think it'll be interesting to see how they play back. But just in general, getting more profile, getting back into the story, getting some media hits, I think that's what matters most right now.
Yeah. Carl, I can give you the last 15 here.
Well, the real issue, though, is not about which position you take on issues or how strong your policies are. It's what is the path to gain party status back. That's the only thing that should matter to the NDP right now, because without that, you could be right about all kinds of things, but you won't get anything done because you won't have the leverage to do it. So that's the path forward for them. Who can do that? That's up to them. But that's the only thing that should matter, because at the end of the day, we can talk about all kinds of policies, but the reality is that without those seats, and you need 12, they're at 7 right now. If you don't have those seats, you won't get anything done.
You don't have a whole lot more. Carl Boulanger, Marie Vastel, Melanie Paradis, and Sabrina Grover, thank you all for being on the Friday Front Bench. That's all the time we have for you guys right now. One more commercial break on Power Play. We'll be right back after this.
For Canadians without health benefits at work, rising out-of-pocket health costs
Play. Rachel Swatek-Sang has been guiding this ship for years, and she's now setting sail on another wonderful adventure, motherhood. Today is her last show, but on behalf of all of the team here in Ottawa and in Toronto, I want to wish her and her husband Adrian all the very best. And take it from me, parenthood will be the best experience of your life, and we hope that you'll enjoy every single minute of it. All the best to you, Rachel. That does it for us this week on Power Play. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. I'm Mike Lecouture. Have yourselves a great weekend, and stay tuned to CTV News Channel, because your top stories are just ahead.